Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Albarian, where we play TTRPGs and have a hoot.
3-1-10.
It's Sunday. We're back in Nathriel. How's everyone doing? How's our week?
Very good.
Good. Well,
Cold.
Good.
yeah,
Glad.
yeah.
Nice. Nothing tragic, nothing bad. It's excellent to hear. Well, we had a nice, relaxed week at the inn. Actually, it was only on Tuesday, just some Power World and chilling. That's actually kind of nice. This week we got some fun stuff, but first, Ben, I'll take it away.
Well, first, we'd like to thank our sponsor, Kate Woolman State Farm. Need guidance on life, auto, or homeowners insurance? Contact Kate Woolman State Farm for all of your insurance needs. Rates can be more affordable than you think, and protecting what matters most to you is important. Call Ben at 719-539-6265 and I'll set you up with what you need. That's 719-539-6265.
Nice.
Oh, thank you, Kevin, for sponsoring us. Thank you, Ben, as always, for a lovely little read. I think my favorite part of that one was Tangerine's concerned face the whole time. Very concerned.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, go check them out. State Farm, you delightful people. Thank you so much for sponsoring us and believing in this wonderful Nathriel crew and the Albarian in general. The little bits and pieces of news. On Tuesday, we're going to be having another Heroes Feast here. It's the third Tuesday of the month already. Wow. Day 11 coming your way. We have some fun, interesting things to be talking about. One question of which that was posted inside the, what's it called, the Heroes Feast topics inside our Discord that you can go and answer. I like this one because it had some specific details in it that I knew people would ignore, and people did. It's great. I'm very excited to address it on Tuesday. The little bits, you can join us on at 8 o'clock for that, for the wonderful little story that prompted my desires for that. Hey, everyone in chat. Wow, you all are exciting. Thursday, the Mystery of Bloodheim crew are back, but not in Bloodheim. We're going to be playing some Minecraft. So it's going to be the Mystery of Minecraft. And we're going to... I just saw it. So we don't have art for Captain Timothy Beereth, who Ben will be taking on. So doing the middle little stat blocks, when Zelda of 90 asked, what should I do? I said, have fun with it. They had fun with it. But thank you, Zelda of 90 Studios, for doing this for us. It's amazing.
Man, so I still need to resubscribe, and the ad was State Farm.
Hey!
Like,
Hey.
a big boy State Farm. I was
Big
like,
boy
that's
State
funny.
Farm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Funny. Oh,
So-
that I see it. Yep,
Yeah.
there it is.
Come on by on Thursday at 8 p.m. for some Minecraft gameplay as the raccoon continues burning down everything he sees by accident or on purpose. The little bit on, I do believe it's going to be Saturday. I am going to, though I haven't announced this to any of you all either, but our Dune miniseries is going to be starting up soon, so I figured why not do a Dune watch party. So we're gonna host a lovely little Dune watch party, and we're gonna do that inside the Discord. So come and join our Discord.
New Doom. I assume.
New Dune, yes, the new one, not the old one.
Great choice. Great choice. Great choice.
The old one's confusing.
Hey.
It's good.
Hey,
It's
do
brilliant.
not
It's amazing.
keep David Lynch's name out of your. No.
I fell asleep when we tried watching it last July, and I still just haven't actually seen the film, so I'll be there.
Nice. Well, we're gonna do that on Saturday. I'm gonna set the hard time probably at 7 or 8. You can find when that's gonna be happening in our open hours in the bounty board in the Discord, which has posted on Monday every week, because someone reminds me to do it. Thank you. The little bits. We have a new design that's going to be going into the store soon. It's not up here. Hang on. There we go. Now that I fixed that. Boop. There we go. Look at that delicious design. Y'all is an abomination. How
Insta purchase. As
spectacular.
soon as that's on the store,
It's-
I'm getting it. I'm putting it on a hoodie. I'll wear it every
They
day.
are going to be put on t-shirts, hoodies, other little designs as well. So go check out our store for those, because they'll be put on promptly. I just, like 5 minutes before we went live, got the clear featureless background finish of it. Thank you, Michael Howards, the artist behind this. We will have, this is our February design. Our January design is still up there. They're all going to be up there for very, very long times. But this is the one that we have going for February. In March, we'll have a new one. I think I've got 3 more, but I think the perfect one to go and follow up with is going to be Rally. There's one that is very, related to this quote that I think is just very appropriate.
I don't even know what that could be.
Well, you all know what I'm basing these designs off. Or the core concept is World War II propaganda posters.
Oh,
So, yeah.
okay.
But that'll be happening eventually. I say eventually. Check out our store. There's lovely designs up there. Any other little bits? Hey! Thanks, Cinema Rightac. I don't know if you all heard that.
No.
I know
We did
you
not.
guys didn't. I'm wondering if Twitch heard it. Because I don't know how to turn them off. They should be off, from my reckoning, and they're suddenly on, and I don't know why. Oh well.
Was there an announcement of subscription?
One of us, and it was loud.
That's great.
Anywho, it'll be. If that's it, I think we're good for that lovely little intro.
Let's go make some friends. Let's go make some
Super
All
friends.
that beautiful bean footage.
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter we had in gales and floods. If not, at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
Hi everyone. How are we doing? Last week, we had some lovely little occurrences happen with the hand as they prepared for their journey to the archipelago of the gods. Before, we had to do a couple of things though. First, well, one of them was very unplanned. The other was quite planned. The first one was Altian going into a dream state to visit Luce and make sure that the rebellion in the Grantinian Senate is going quite well. It is nearly a close point of peace, though there was nice hints that Luce doesn't want peace, truly. The other unplanned bit was Schnozboop doing a lovely surprise heist over on the Savoth Dominion side. He found their command tree, climbed it, stole some paperwork and some diamonds, got seen and found out, got stunned, fell, but saved by BT, who followed him the entire way. Afterwards, there was a nice, well, actually, beforehand, there was a lovely explosion caused by Philemon, which caused the entire Savoth Navy to get into action and start another assault in the middle of the night on the Vesuth Republic side. They met inside the rivers, with Schnozboop and Big Tin walking at the bottom of it, watching the bodies and ships getting destroyed above, and ended up finding their way to the ship that was immediately going to be leaving due to the new conflicts. Now, we ended with everyone arriving close to shores of the city of Yando, where you're going to investigate the rumors that people have been vanishing out of nowhere from there. However, we need to rewind a little bit. There we go, that's our rewind sound. To 5 days.
Yep. Let's go.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
immediately much better ones. Thank you. Those are much better. To the first day of sailing in open waters to avoid sailing through Savath territories. I guess BT would see Teffy with this strange device. You're muted.
Yes, I am muted. The sunburn torch or the
Yeah, that
gizmo?
thing. A little gizmo, a little
God,
device.
what was it called? I forgot the word for it.
You actually called it the sunburn torch. That was your name for it. My name for it is the 7 million Scobles torch.
Okay, so we are talking. I was.
Yeah.
Torch, not the key.
It's not the thing
not
with the
the,
words.
Not the
in it.
cipher key.
Yeah, the cipher.
Cryptex.
Cryptex. There we go.
That's the one.
This
Okay,
thing.
but
Yeah,
we're talking about
not
the
that
sunburn
one.
torch.
The sunburn torch.
Okay. Cool.
Sunburn
So
torch.
Teffy has the sunburn torch. She's looking at it, but not turning it on yet because she does not want a sunburn.
Can I study it for a bit?
Yeah, Teffy hands him the
I
sunburn
have to be
torch.
I'm on deck. I can't go below deck, so.
Okay,
Just walk
Teffy
out.
is sitting with her back to like the main sail post mast, like in the center.
Point of order, there are no masts or sails on this ship.
Teffy's sitting in the middle of the floor
In
on the
crypt
top
deck,
on the
top.
deck.
You've had
Just
some
kind of
boxes
examining.
brought up.
But just like very solidly, not near the edges. And then like just hands the thing to BT, like puts it in his mouth. I don't know how to hand things to him.
I just put it between the paws.
Okay, I set it down between his feet.
I will start to study it.
I mean, it's not like you can get a sunburn, so have at it. Unless, do you have skin? Can you get a sunburn?
Well, I mean, depends on how close I get to the sun. I guess if I got close enough.
Alright, that'll do it then. What do you make of this thing?
BT's quiet. BT's still. All the lights in BT have turned off.
Are you okay?
There are no replies.
Very concerned, Teffy will gingerly reach out and take the sunburn torch away from him again.
Yeah.
See if that does anything. Oh, he's holding it. Okay. Teffy's gonna like run downstairs and scream for the rest of the hand. And it's gonna say, "Guys, I think I broke BT."
Well, what did you do that for? Tangerine? Teffy, that is to say?
What? Tangerine? We got oranges?
Which is
There
Yeah.
are oranges on board. Well,
Yeah,
it's,
and we gotta keep off scurvy.
yeah,
Um,
gotta keep up that vitamin C. But it wasn't intentional. He wanted to look at the sunburn torch, and now he's frozen and not glittery.
I admit I don't know what some of those words mean, but I am en route.
Did your laundry? You've got me doing it now.
Oh boy!
Did Ultian hear that?
you're just gonna hear a grumble. over
Wait,
the
did you say
comms.
this was the first day?
Yeah.
Snozzy was still sleeping. He didn't respond at all.
So this
That's
is
Did
right,
I
not.
yeah.
respond with a grumble?
So this is not 3-5-10 anymore. This is what, like 3-1-10?
It would be 5 days prior.
3-1-10. Unless you want to say 2, 7, 10. I can't count. Just tell me what day it is.
It would be the latter option.
2, 7, 10?
It'd be the last day of no, it'd be the yes, that one. 2, 7, 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Y'all
so
make fun of me for getting confused about the calendar.
Heffy's gonna kind of drag Snorsboop up to the center of the deck, where we find a frozen BT.
To reiterate, Snazwoop is not there. He's asleep.
Yeah,
Okay.
sleepy pooch. And for brevities on things, no matter what anyone tries, even through the days when Schnozzboop does learn of this, BT does not move. Frozen in place. Stuck. Nothing anyone tries has any effect.
Well, Snazwoop was going to suggest to Ultin, hey, maybe you should mess with some of his wires.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Let me just crack open this machine I think no knowledge of whatsoever.
Well, I'm glad you appreciate the idea. I'll just leave it to you. And Snazwoop's going to go back to sleep, I'm sure.
What I am going to do now that BT is is unconscious currently, I'm going to take some molding putty and I'm going to make a mold of the inside of that port we found that's like missing. You know, that like piece that was missing and there was like an open port. Remember?
I remember.
Hopefully
I don't
BT
think
remembers.
it would be open. That's the thing. I think it would be shut.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
everything is
it's not like
encased
an
now.
open.
Yeah, I mean, that's a non-invasive move, so I'm not sure that would trigger any defensive mechanisms, but I think that, like, a port like that is shut for protective measures. And you
Can
would
I
probably...
pry it open?
So, actually, give me...
Do you want to gouge into our friend's flesh,
Give
or the
me an
equivalent
intelligence check. Give me a knowledge here. Well, actually, no.
All
So,
right.
we're gonna do an intelligence check, but we're adding your proficiency because you technically have the tools to be able to have proficiency in a check like this. So intelligence plus proficiency plus whatever you roll.
Oh, thank God for the proficiency. 1 second, let me do some math here.
Maths. We are strong with the maths today.
16? Not my best roll.
16? Well, 16 would be high enough that you would remember where this port is. You would immediately go to where it is and see it is completely seamless. There's no sign of it at all, but you know for a fact that this is where the port would be. You know,
should have made a mold of that earlier.
yeah, you know enough of his design as well to know that if he did have any of these features, they would all be seamless because of what he's made of. You'd have to do some
wait till he's
serious,
conscious.
yeah, you'd have to do some serious damage to dig into it, and that would probably trigger some defensive mechanisms.
Okay, when you're conscious again, BT, we're going to retroactively try and figure out what, at least vaguely, what used to go into that port.
Discuss, of course, as always.
Anyway, I mean, if there's nothing that we can do, then we just sit and wait.
Have we seen BT like this before? Like when he plays dead? Like when the first time we met the general?
Not when he plays dead. I'll flow this in JP because
Okay.
BT there's always some illumination coming from him, and recently you've seen BT have the ability to change his skin color to the environment. Right now he's gone straight back to flat black, no illumination, like he went to a default mode. It's completely shut down.
Is he gripping? the sunburn torch, or is it just
Yes,
like on the floor next to him?
he's gripping it. There would be a character here who would have seen him like this, but the character's no longer here. Ben's original character. But anyway.
She's dead, unfortunately, yeah.
R.I.P.
Yeah, to
Should
think
we
about
get
that,
some
thank you.
hands and move him out of the middle of the deck? Yeah. Should we slide him over to the side?
No, I don't want him to topple off, and I don't like the looks of these edges. Too close to the water, I think.
I think he would have been in a spot that the ship people said he was okay being in. But if you want to move it on, go for it.
Heffy does not help. Heffy leaves him where he is.
After a while, I think the sailors would also be like, we should probably just tie him down. Too heavy.
Just secure him in place. That would probably be our best bet for starters. Do any of you know how to wake up a frozen guy? Okay.
No. Resounding no's.
All right. Well, that does not necessarily bode well for us. Who?
Oh, for my next character, I was thinking.
Who
You
manages the engines or whatever it is on this vessel?
I'm trying to think of the reasoning for the word engine.
Heffy assumes it has an engine, but she doesn't know what it is.
No, I'm trying to think if there's a reason for Iridai to have the word engine, because technically engines don't exist in Iridai. You're right
Then
to
what
say
does-
it's an engine. Those aren't called engine. Those are called they're arc helms. Arc helms are what propel everything else. Engines, there's no such thing as an engine in Iridai
So-
yet.
The incinerator, or whatever the Batmobile is called, that runs on a.
That
No.
runs on an arc propellant. That's what what's his facey Pickle
Okay,
started calling them.
well-
If he sees this, he'll probably start calling them engines, though.
Okay. Teffy is going to use whatever you said the equivalent of the word engine is, and ask where that guy is.
Yeah, that's one of the things of, oh, I didn't think about that problem. The problem of the English language with certain words. He would, sorry, I'm not entirely sure what I can be saying about things here. You'd best be talking to the captain for that.
Is he at the big wheelie thing?
Helm? Oh, he's inside Helm's room. I can see if he has time to be seen, yeah?
All right. I'd like to make an appointment to talk to the captain in the big wheelie thing.
Helm's room? Yes. Well, come right with me.
Is the rest of the hand with her, please?
Yeah, the rest of the hand can be with her.
Cool.
We can also say this is like day 3, so you're well rested.
Snozbo was going to spend pretty much the entire boat ride in his quarters,
Ooh.
talking with his loot friend,
Ooh.
going over the new information that we received from the heist about the demon potential, and if we can figure that out together. That's what he'll be doing.
Okay.
Okay, well, is Altian with her, as she would like to make an appointment with the captain?
He gives you a shrug.
Okay, so Teffy and Altian, because I don't want to do this alone, go to see the captain, please.
He takes you up to the middle housing unit of the ship. You walk up some metal staircasings sprawling up the side of it. And he taps on the door, opens it. Well, Captain, the guests be looking to converse with you. Have you the time?
I always have the time. Let them in.
All right. Hey, sir. He's got the time for you. You can head on in.
Teffy enters the room. And so now it's day 3, which would be 2, 3. It's 3, 3. No, 3, 2. 3, 2, 10, 5, 66. I can't count.
3, 3. It would be 3, 3.
Okay, I can't count. I give up.
No, I understand the confusing on this one because it's counting on the number up because we ended at the end of the line, the 2, 7. That was day 1, 2, 3. I get it. Yeah. No, I was. We're sticking with 3, 3.
Folks,
I'm sticking with 3,
folks,
3.
if you're planning on DMing a campaign, a long
Hang
one
on.
too,
Hang on. He's given this before. I'm just gonna ignore all of it completely. We've heard this.
Well, now that we've decided what day it is, Teffy is going to address the captain, who I assume she knows the name of at this point. Maybe not, maybe so. And it's going to say, so you may have noticed over the past couple of days, but the big robot cat, BT, he's all frozen solid and he's not lit up or anything, and I don't know how to fix it. Would you have any clue?
I think he's a fine addition to the deck. Improves morale.
I mean, you could put a funny hat on him, but we kind of need him for the expedition. Do you know who manages the Arkhelm, and if they would know how to fix it?
Are you saying you don't?
Very much so. I have no idea. He's his own
Why
person.
would I? He's your friend.
Yeah, but you have an Arkhelm person? I don't know what the word would be for engineer.
Would it be an engineer?
Arkhelmist?
Well, engineer would
Arkhelmist.
be the helmist would be the term Taffy would use, but engineer would be the equivalency that you would
Well,
understand, Beereth.
You've got
Right.
you've got a helmist on board, and so I was wondering if maybe they'd be able to have a look at the old kitty cat.
They might. I would definitely inquire with the Arkhelmist. They're tinkering of all sorts.
Do you know where I can find him?
Hold on. Let me see if that's something.
Well, you're the captain of the ship. You would be able to.
I'm trying to make sure it's not something that wasn't like directly said to me already.
Oh, no.
So, where would they be? Are they like
Probably in the
underneath?
engineer room, which is
Like,
most likely off
underneath
limits
deck?
to people in Iridai, because you're a military vessel that has a lot of
Okay.
secrets in it.
Well, unfortunately, that area is specifically off limits to those from Iridai. Being an admiralty from Andrea, we cannot abide by that, unfortunately.
I don't need to see what's inside it. I just need. And besides, it's not like we could get old chum over there to fit in the doors anyway, most likely. But if there was a way that one or all of the helmists could come out and have a look.
Is there
That
like a
would be
communication
good.
system on the ship?
Yeah, a little shouty tube, so you pick up the thing and you
Okay.
shout at it, and it takes your voice down.
Well, the best I can do is have them come up here.
Perfect.
So I reach over into one of these little shouty things. Alchemist, to the deck.
After a brief moment, you hear with the flap still open, you hear echoing through like a bunch of machinery sounds start echoing through, and followed by a voice of, "Hi, Captain, up in a moment."
He'll meet you on the deck.
Much appreciated, Captain.
Much obliged.
Teffy does finger guns and leaves. Also, tip of the hat as she's leaving the door, just because it's funny. She's not wearing any hats.
Back to important captain business.
Looking forward, hands behind back, at attention. You meet the Archelmist, who quickly fills you in to the differences between how things operate between Andrea and Iridai. Andrea went pure mechanical. Iridai went arcane mechanical senses. So the terminologies behind what functions in Iridai is Archelmist or Helmist, whereas they call them engines and engineers. There's a subtle
Wait, so
difference.
I would have called them an engineer?
You would have called them an engineer, but you would also have the breadth and width and knowledge to know what Iridai calls them as well. So
Okay.
there's
So that was like a
you understand
courtesy.
the similars, like a courtesy, yeah.
Ah.
Like there's but the big difference between the two that you would get is what they do has no magic in it. It's all off of the materials they gain from the ground itself. So unfortunately, when he looks at BT, all you see is the balding dwarf scratch the back of his head and go, "This is way beyond me. You'd be looking for one of the Zarthurians to try to take a look at something like this. I'm just an engineer from Bonn. I deal with non-magical things."
Well, would it be considered magic if that's alive? If he's, like, not a robot?
That's alive.
Yes. Well,
Certainly.
at this point,
Then,
I'm not sure, but usually he is.
if that's alive, then that's definitely magic. It's definitely not an engineering thing. You'd probably be better going to a what are they called? A medicine practitioner, a doctor. If it's a
I think
living
it's
being.
more of an in between. He's biomechanical. It's magic, yes, but it's also alive.
Huh. If you got blueprints, I could see what I can do. Without blueprints, I'd have to be taking it apart. And I don't even know where to start with something like this.
I doubt you'd even be able to.
Hey. Oh, my
Thanks for your help anyway.
apologies.
Tuffy
I
is-
can't be doing much.
Tuffy's going to start having a look at an up close look at the things about BT, like his joints. Are they hinges? Are they something that she can figure out and try to like physically maneuver his fingers to let go of the sunbeam torch?
I think I'll let Stitch fill that one, BT fill that one in. Oh,
I mean, there are joints, but I don't know what kind of strength check you'd want them to make to be able to move one against.
if there are joints and it's possible, then and you're gonna give it a try, give me a strength check.
$18?
18. Keeps slipping out of your fingers. You can't get it good enough. You get small amounts, and then after probably a fourth try, when it slips out, it's accompanied by a little bit of a shock that leaves the tips of the two fingers that were last in contact with it numb at the end.
Well, that's not good. I regret letting him have a look at this gizmo then. Or is it a gadget? Since it does things, I think it might be a gadget, not a gizmo. Gizmo's more like a trinket. Tuffy just starts babbling to herself.
Investigation check.
Investigation check, give it to me.
Terrible. I think that's a 19. Let me double check. Yes, 19.
19. That shock probably came from BT security systems. Might be. Less so about the takey of the gizmo or gadget, more so about the invasion of moving space. trying to deliberately force it out of its current situation. Repeatedly.
Is there like an access panel or something? Because I assume when he was made, the person who made him would have needed to have access to like go in and program things or something.
I don't respond because I'm thinking about how to ground BT in order to pry his hands apart safely.
Well, we're gonna fast forward because we're gonna be skipping some days on that. For what Schnozboop is doing, though, I'm gonna check of some kind. All right. Give me a percentile dice.
You know I'm really good at those.
Oh yeah,
It's a 6.
that's a 6. Oh, you're real good at those. A 6. The end of the 4th day, climbing into the 5th. After doing some more deliberations with the loot and
Liam. I'll forget his name for some reason.
yeah, with Liam and trying to figure answers out. You know he was put through a lot of pain, and you know that the scrollings around your loot they're not decorative. They're a binding ritual of some kind. I would say by this point, you know what, give me an Arcana check to go with it as well.
21.
21, that's good. There is a way to break it.
Do I know if I break it, will Liam cease to exist on this plane here?
He will, yes, cease to exist on this plane, in the sense that he will pass on. There is, I will give Schnozboop the cognizance to know that with the knowledge that these things do, these demons deal with deals so much, there's a likelihood his soul would not go to the plane it should, and it would be snatched away. There is also at this point the knowledge that using him, while it does unlock more of his capabilities, it is adding to the torture of the soul. Playing the lute is putting him in pain. However, he is very adamant that you should keep doing it because playing him is also unlocking more knowledge for him, more memories. But it's enough to know that it's probably a crescendo act of some kind, a build-up. If all the instruments are doing this, then all the instruments are building up to the same point.
Okay. Just getting all that down. Feel free to continue.
Okay. To the 5th day, another day of walking around BT's inanimate object body while it's holding onto this device, theorizing what can be done. A few of the crew have started to theorize with you all as well, with thoughts of, well, maybe we could hoist him up in the air and he might drop the device and might be able to get a different angle. They've tried tipping him over a few times, with a few of them getting shocked to not do so. Until finally there's a ticking sound and a whir that begins up. BT, you are conscious again.
The first thing you see is Altian getting cables ready and putting rubber boots on.
Okay. I will stand up and do the cat stretch. Ugh.
Goodness me, what was that? You had us really scared there, buddy.
I kind of look around, get bearings, register internal clock. 5 days. Oof. It caused a lot of memory unlocks.
Is that a good thing?
Maybe?
Taffy's just gonna grab that torch and stick it in her bag. We don't need to investigate that anymore today.
I know what that is now.
Yeah, it's the sunburn torch.
That's what you call it.
Yeah. Because matey boy at the shop didn't have a name for it. What do you call it then if you know what it is, if you've remembered something?
You didn't ever tell me the actual name of the device.
No, I
maybe.
didn't. I'm just realizing that too.
I was like, I
Um,
don't have the name here in this document.
Let's make one. What would it be called?
It's the flumer component to an arc furnace.
Ooh.
I don't know what that is. I'm gonna call it the sunburn torch because I've already been calling it that for however long. So it's just a bit of another thing then? It's not meant to be its own independent thing?
No, it's part of a bigger component. It just happens to be broken and malfunctioning, and they use it as a torch now because of that's how it's malfunctioning.
Interesting stuff. I assume it didn't take you 5 days to remember the name of this gizmo gadget. So what else have you got? Share with the class?
It's a lot of my creators' logs, journals about things. He was somewhat aware of this conflict between the primordials and the deities and everything else. He didn't understand all of it, which of course we don't understand all of it either. But he was aware that it was happening, and he was trying to find answers. Oh, by the way, that torch thing, if you leave it on for more than 5 minutes, it'll explode in its current configuration. And let's hear, he was doing a lot of research in that. The one thing that did come to mind, or a couple of things that did come to mind in his journals, the cycle thing that they keep talking about, the knowing sits outside of the cycle and has records of all cycles in his library.
Is this library in... Is it called the Knowing's Notch by chance?
Yes.
Do you guys think that maybe it would be more beneficial to go there and get more information before we actually go seek out this one that we're trying to figure out right now?
Do you know where it's at?
Yeah, it's at that junction. Yeah, the Knowing's Notch. Oh, just bloody kidding. It's in the middle of the Nork Empire. I forgot which political thing. I just knew where it was geographically. So just kidding. Teffy doesn't say that.
what we found. Back of your head.
Okay.
All right. I am going to put the putty material, and pack it in there and let it harden until I can pull it out, and then we have a shape of what, like, at least what the input device is. And I'm going to stare at it for a second. What does it look like? You are muted.
USB-C.
I am, yeah. The most peculiar thing, it's got this weird indentation in the middle, like something's dangling in the middle of this open square space that leads in maybe about an inch and a half or so in. On it, you can see that there are these grooves, multiple different little facets inside the singular protrusion in the middle of the space. It would be a perfect little wedge, so to speak, poking out, if not for these grooves starting at the top, leading inwards. Look inside a USB device and you'll understand what I'm talking about. To a degree.
If we could make something or find something that fits this, do you think we would be able to, at the very least, reboot your memories?
I don't know if it would reboot my memories, but it definitely could unlock some more. Like this piece here unlocks some. I definitely want to find more ancient Arctech.
When you say ancient, how far back are you talking? Why do you want ancient stuff?
That torch was made pre-Join Wars.
The Sunbeam Torch was made for the Gene Wars?
Pre-Gene Wars.
Pre-Gene Wars, goodness.
Things that old.
So this is an artifact then. This is not just an outdated gizmo, but this is old.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, maybe
I
we'll
also
find.
know a riddle.
Oh, I love a good riddle.
It was in his journals. I don't know what it means. It goes like this. I've no flesh and no bone, yet I'm covered in skin. In form, too, I differ. I think, and I'm thin. If there are typos in this, JP, it's your fault. I die soon, though I sometimes live ages, and no monarch alive has so many pages.
All right, everyone at home, you ready for the overlay to get messed up for a second? Oh boy, look at that. Now it's back. I've chucked what he just read inside Secret Chat.
Okay. I guess I could have done that too, but
No, it's okay.
everybody at home needed it.
Yeah, you all needed a fun little fright. Actually, you know what? Why not?
It's the Library of Alexandria.
I think it's the Knowings Library, or help to find it.
No flesh and bones, yet I'm covered in skin. Informed to
Just seems like a book.
Seems like while they ponder that, Captain Bureth. The hand, most of them, for the most part, are on the poop deck in front, standing where that big device has been this entire time. According to some of the crew, it's a conscious living being, but you haven't had the time to have a conversation with it. It's been inactive the whole time it's been on your ship. But your attention is drawn away from looking in front of your vessel at the incoming speck of land approaching. by a cracking sound inside your cabin.
Oh.
You're inside where the helm is, of course, and that's where you typically are. Your helmsman is there, guiding the vessel. Your first mate standing to your right, as he often does whenever he's not needed on the deck. But the cracking sound comes from someone teleporting into the location, and you know very few people who can do that. When you turn to look, you see a figure that you haven't seen for a very long time. Then you realize he doesn't look green. The same facial features, but it's not an orc. You might have been mistaken. This is a strange elven man. Not the figure that first flashed in front of your mind. You start speaking, and you hear the same voice coming from him. Ah, you must be the captain of the vessel. I was attempting to get into the helm's location. Guildmaster Julian. I believe you look...
Julian?
You're right.
He would know him as Jeth, right?
He would have, yes.
Would he know him as Julian? Yeah.
He wouldn't have known him as Julian.
Jeth? Is that you?
Timothy? Timothy! Oh! It's been over 30 years. I didn't know you were the captain of this vessel. I just dealt with your first mate. And...
Oh, yes. It's
the
been
lieutenant.
a fun acquisition.
You're telling me. This is a very unique vessel. Bureth.
Yes.
I don't know why I didn't see it now. Captain Bureth.
Is I.
Weren't you part of the Shallows?
I was, but, I was able to meet someone who took me to different places. And here we are.
Well, good for you.
Yes.
Fine position you've found yourself in. That lieutenant you've got on this ship is a handful. Did you have the pleasures of meeting her father?
Did Timothy ever meet?
No. Would have seen him
No.
probably in passing
Yeah.
from time to time, but
Yeah.
never met him.
Okay. Yes, no, I did not ever meet her father, but she is quite the tenacious force, indeed.
Well, as I'm not here for that, I'm here for them. How have they been on your ship so far? Behaving, I hope. They have a
Well,
tendency of not.
they left this strange cat statue on my deck for what seemed like days, claiming that it was alive. I didn't see any proof of that. And then all of a sudden it just came to life, started speaking. Beyond belief.
Curiosity. Well, I have a few dealings with them, and with your permission, I would like to be joining the first part of this voyage. A few things I
Of
need to be
course.
checking myself. Thank you. And with your leave, I'll handle my group.
You are dismissed.
Thank you, Captain. Oh, and as he's opening up the door, it's Julian over on this side.
Yes.
We left the name Jeth behind for a reason.
Understood.
And he departs. When he gets down to the rest of you, is Schnozboop around them all?
No.
No.
No, he's still chilling in the cabin. Nobody comes out for the food.
Okay. When he sees that Schnozboop's not there, if Altian would probably notice Julian is now on the ship, walking your direction, as he snags up a random sailor, and you hear him say, "Fetch the missing member for me. Tell him the guildmaster is here and needs to speak with him." He approaches and reaches the rest of you. The hand. How was everyone?
Discovering new things about each other.
Yes, I find that is an important thing to do.
Any news?
Plenty of news. Both pleasant and unpleasant. Schnozzboop, a random knock on your door, and a sailor on the other side. Excuse me, sir, I've been told to come down and be fetching you for your guild master's up on deck, wanting to be talking to you.
Oh, well, isn't that an excellent situation? Very well. I imagine Snots has just been like sitting in a chair, just like thinking to Liam this whole time. So he'll get up.
It's like two chairs facing each other, one with a lute on it, one with you, and you're just kind of sitting there with thinking man pose, staring at it.
Yes, exactly so. Walk up on stage, not stage, on the top of the old ship there. And Julian, so good to see you. Was not expecting. How can I assist?
He flicks his wrist, and a door. You've seen one of these before. It's very translucent, and you know that only the four of you can see it. And it opens up to a magical interior that is very different from the deck of the ship. He brings up his own magical mansion. He gestures inside and says, "Inside, if you don't mind."
I assume this is the sort that our pal Philemon couldn't enter in, or everything would explode.
That would be the case, unfortunately.
That is a shame. I'm sure he would thoroughly enjoy the experience. I'll be right back, good old buddy.
Exploding?
And Snowzoop's gonna go in.
Okay.
Follow? I assume I fit.
You do, yeah. The door will magically stretch around you as you enter into this. It looks like the study back at the guild home, his own office, study location, very similar, almost identical. Almost. But he enters in after, and the door shuts. Oh. In my younger years, I met a very peculiar group of people who took action before thinking. I find myself in the same situation here. Looking at all of you taking action before you think. Cleaning up one mistake or one mess after another. Well, Schnozzboop, you realize your raid on the Savoth Dominion was not sanctioned by guild or nation. The Savoth Dominion is recognized as an acting nation standing inside an Iridai. It also has a member of the guild based inside of it, who happens to be part of the Monumental Seven. Because you acted without sanction from the guild or nation, it was seen as individual actions, which puts you in reprimands for the crimes that were submitted by them. As such, you are now a wanted man in Savoth. There is a bounty on your head, and the hand is barred access from taking any contracts dealing with the Savoth Dominion at all. You have another reason to be looking over your shoulder.
Well, that's unfortunate.
You don't say.
One question. How'd they know it was me?
I don't know.
Oh.
And I'm quite perturbed by the fact that they do know. Very little escapes my attention, but the fact that they came to me not even a solar after your departure, and revealed to me that they knew it was you. Well, I've been on my back heels for the past 4 days. Solars, excuse me. It's cost quite a fine for us as well, seeing as it was discovered. In order to get you out, I had to pay 25,000 gold fees to the guild. However,
Sorry about that.
I find the information you brought out of it worth it. I would have paid that much money for the information. The unfortunate side of this is the fact that you are no longer having access to Savoth. I cannot send you there for even reconnaissance reasons. You cannot even pass through the lands to travel to another territory. You will always have to go around. It won't be too much of an issue, hopefully, but there are also people who don't forget things. So despite the fact that you do still have current bounties on your heads for other reasons, this is the one that will likely have people out to get you.
The bounties are on all of our heads, or just
Yes, there's the
us two?
the other side of unfortunateness. The bounty that the Thieves Guild wants for you, BT, is still there. They've increased it to 100,000. They also believe Azora is still alive. They think her death was faked, and despite all the work that Whisper does to discredit this, they still believe it. They have pinned it on Teffy. They believe Teflessa is Zora in disguise. As such, there is still an 80,000 gold bounty on Zora's head. The worst of all would be the one coming from the Grantinian Senate. This one, I say, is the worst, for the reasons that it is guild-sanctioned and black market-sanctioned. The guild will be more difficult. If a group takes it, they will only be able to target Altian. They will not be able to target anyone else. However, a black market sanction or cost on it, well, that's all goes. They'll probably target you all just for the ease of it. That is 500,000, and with each lunar that passes, it's being increased by 50,000.
Not bad.
So I think the most key and fortunate thing I have to say here is you all have to be very careful. In one way or form, the hand is wanted. It also puts time frames on things. You don't want to leave things for too long. You need to be resolving these. With what you've told us...
I'm going to take a guess, though. I'm the only one that's wanted alive.
That would be accurate. Altian's is very specific. Dead. They do not want him alive.
Well, it feels good to be wanted, at least.
So we have that information now, Julian. Unfortunate all around. Seemingly.
Quite.
Any other suggestions or information to work upon?
If you wouldn't happen to have your birth certificate on you, would you?
Why on earth would I have that on me? Do you have yours?
Documents can be forged, Altian.
It was the Grantinans, right? Who had the name on Kafizara? Okay.
No. That's the Thieves Guild, underground group.
Thieves Guild want me dead. Great.
They want
love
you
that.
dead. They think you're Zara.
Yeah. Did they not hear about the fact that Zara and I were in a guild together at the same time? Before she died?
Oh, they did.
So how do they explain that one then?
They're a bunch of mad people who don't understand things and would rather believe a lie than the truth because it gets them what they want. Having 180,000 on the line for 2 people gets them closer to BT. I think it's less about Zora and more about finding more information regarding him. If the lie can be perpetuated, they will do so. It's the Thieves Guild. It's what they work off of. Lies. It's
What
benefiting them.
happened to honor among thieves?
A misnomer that does not exist up here, unfortunately. Back in Andrea, we have codes. Mind you, we also have the Red Widow to keep us in line.
What's the next course of action when we're done in the archipelago?
Well, I think that is the best course right now. Perhaps be forgotten for a while. See if these last. Let us do what work we can with the reputation you have built to continue forward.
The others may be forgotten, but I don't think mine will.
No, yours never will. I'm not sure what the next course of actions would be. I heard that you would be going to visit an old friend in the archipelago, so I thought I would be joining you. That and what you're doing is more prevalent to what's going on, and I like to be in the know-how. So, I'd like to ask you all, what are your plans? What are you doing? What are you thinking?
Yando is the first stop for things.
Let me find them in my notes. I don't know why I muted myself.
While he does that, Snasi will continue the train of thought. Yeah, going to Yando, and then after we have a look-see around, we're gonna go to Archipelago and look for the one primordial piece. Are we looking for peace?
Yes,
Which is kind of
actually, that
amusing.
is one question I had. Door opens up. One of the sailors out there, if you don't mind fetching Cinder, I have a few questions for him as well. And get the captain as well. Be pertinent for him to be part of this conversation. Aye, sir. Echoes around.
Well, in the meantime, I'm going to tell him about the sickness that is beginning to spread, that he probably already knows about, at least. But I'm going to tell him about just the mystery surrounding Yando, and that it's connected to whatever's happening in the archipelago and this speaking sickness. And as for anything Cinder has to tell him, I will say that Cinder gets to explain that himself.
When the captain arrives first, Captain Bureth, for a moment you don't see where your sailor's pointing for you to enter, and then suddenly this door and random room on the other side appears on your deck of your ship. With Julian and the hand on the other side ushering you in. And Cinder arrives a little while later. I trust you all.
Julian, what's this you need?
We're planning the next course of action, and seeing as your ship is the one that's being loaned to the service, I figured you would be best to have you included.
Thank you.
Cinder comes up, looking pale, and then he walks in and goes, "Oh, you see, for some reason this just feels better. It's because you're technically in a different plane. I know how it works. Oh, right. Something I wanted clarification on. You can go into the archipelago, but you can't step on the land. Why?" Alright. Right into it. Okay. The archipelago was the site of the final battle. It was where the shattering occurred. Yes, you said that much last time. Get on with it. He kind of leans over to you, Tevin. He doesn't seem in a good mood.
You know the man. He seldom is. That's kind of his shtick.
Oh. It was the final ditch effort from the Divines to trap us. It was our final ditch effort to finish them. They brought a Titan. That big thing. Created it. And they crashed its hammer, shattered the continents, and infused the land around us with something. I can't explain it. I'm not that kind of person. I don't understand how those work, but it traps people there. No, not people, us specifically. It makes it harder for us to regenerate and be reborn if we should die in the process. Pestilence and myself, we died. It took us hundreds of years to come back this time round, but normally it takes days. Others were trapped. We're pretty sure peace could be tied in to this virus or thing, infection. Because it's not the first time they've spread something like this. They've done it in a previous rendition. We all have. We all have our own form of destruction we can spread. And if you step on the land, I'll be trapped. How do you get off? I don't know. And someone probably does. Apologies, Hand. I needed to know that. You're planning. From what I understand, if that's the case, then this may not be the only one. It's possible other islands have more primordials trapped on them. Well then.
Since the whole thing is primordials versus gods versus themselves, and the gods are the ones who cursed the archipelago of the gods so that you can't go on it, would it not be beneficial to see if we could get maybe one of the gods on our side? Because the first mate's father is the voice, right? He probably has some swing.
First mate? Lieutenant, not the first mate. The
Whatever
first mate's
type
someone
is.
very different. The lieutenant.
Volandria.
Yes, she is of the ship, but not. Well, actually, Captain, you can probably explain it better than I.
Yes. Let's see. Is she even on the ship right now?
She
I
would
thought
be.
she went away to go to the king.
No, she's no. You're reading a past history event. She's on the ship right now, but she would probably be inside the cargo bay doing some work on the Archangel.
Okay. Well, she's doing some very delicate work right now. I see that she isn't bothered.
Well, we could try getting in touch with the gods some other ways. I mean, in Crodpolis, we've got shrines up all over the place. Always reaching out, sending messages, trying to invoke their support, and that seems to have worked fairly well.
There is a place I've heard of. It's only rumor, from my understanding, though I did know a few members who were part of the group. The Knowing God. According to myth and knowledge, he's got a temple where his knowing book is stored, his history of Nathriel. I've never known where it is or where it could be, just that it exists.
Is that not... would that not be in the Knowing's Notch, up in the middle of those mountains?
You would think. When I first came back, I went up there and I found nothing. You need a key. What? You need a key to see it. It's usually comes in what looks to be like a brass object. It's got these cylinders on the inside that twist and turn. Forms a word.
You're talking about a cryptex? Taffy pulls out her little paperweight trinket.
Where the hell did you... Cinder will grab at it and try to take it, if you let him. Yeah, like, exactly like this. Hang on. His fire starts flaming outwards, and Teffy, the heat coming from him, builds immensely. And you can see heat waves starting to come from his hands. The metal does nothing.
Yeah, let's not do that, because typically in the inside of a cryptex is a scroll, and we don't want that to, pun intended, become cinders.
He lets go and stops and like... The metal is unhindered at all, and when he hands it back to you, it's still quite cool. Trust me, whatever's inside that was not affected. That's the key. Usually it's accompanied by a riddle. Do you have a riddle?
We do have a riddle, but separate from this. It came from a different source.
Well, where did you get
What
this?
BT had it. He fell asleep or something, and then he woke up and he asked us a riddle.
What was the riddle?
You want me to repeat it? Repeat it. I just
Yes, sir.
repeat it. I'm not going to repeat it. Blah, 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 blah,
Blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what that means. But it sounds right.
What you're saying is all we have to do is put the answer in this little cylinder thing, and that opens it.
From what I know. I mean, I've never gone in myself. I can't. It's divine territory.
It's more than divine. If it's the knowing's place.
Cinda gives you a regard. A look of interest for a moment and then shakes his head. If you figure out how to open that, I don't know the rest of it, but you should have the working parts to be able to get in.
To get into the notch?
Yeah. From everything I know. Well, you gotta get through the Nork territory for that. But asking the gods would be a good idea. The primordials of us who want to help, we're nowhere near at the strength we could be. Whoa.
I admit I don't exactly know what's going on, but Now that we know that there's a key and the riddle both acquired, do we think we should alter our course of action, or just keep that on the back burner, as it were?
That's a party decision.
I think we need to think before we act, like he said when he brought us into this weird meshy room. So I think perhaps, Gav, as much as it hurts to say, we might need to put off the archipelago for the time being. Think about the bees. We can come back for the bees. We can come back for the bees. So ignore that for now, and try and access, get through the walk up that river, and then see if we can solve the riddle on the way.
Question. So it seems as though the archipelago situation is high tier importance. What does the getting into this secret place, what does that gain?
So, evidently, knowing God outside of the loops of everything resetting, and he or they or the knowing has a book detailing the entire history of Nathriel, which, being outside of the loops, probably means he has a history of what happens each time, and we can get the details of what happened, and if we get that, we can have a bit more knowledge and a bit more insight into the situation before we actually tackle the end goal.
Do we think, assuming we gain entry, that this entity will let us in on that information?
We won't know until we try, but I think it would certainly be useful.
I don't think he'll be as forthcoming as you want him to be, Tethlessa. The current knowing God is one that I knew while he was still immortal.
But if he's the god of knowing, wouldn't he want us to know?
No.
It's for their own knowing, as I understand it. It's not for others' knowing.
Well, that's a bit selfish.
When you're dealing with the divines, you need to accept the fact that they are not going to tell you everything you want them to. They are going to be secretive about it and extremely, extremely vague.
But if we can get our hands on that book...
The aspects are tantalating.
It seems as though, and I'm very open to being wrong here, but it seems as though the possible benefit of this is unlikely.
There will be a benefit of some kind, undoubtedly. Not as strong as we want, also undoubtedly. But I would have to agree with Schnorsboop on this one. The archipelago is having an effect as it stands in one of the cities. Currently, going into the Nork Empire's territories will take time, delegation, and very careful planning. And not to mention the expedition in there would also take time. We don't know how long Grodpolis has.
There also might be another step to take. I think my creator did a lot of research. We might want to see what he has to say about the knowing and the cycles, but we would need to find the oasis.
Is that within the archipelago? Is your creator there?
I have no idea where it's at. The oasis was supposed to be in Katina, but no one knows where it's at. But I mean, I'm not saying we do that before the archipelago. I'm just saying before we go seeking the knowing, maybe we should seek the oasis first. See what my creator has about it. It might help us with the knowing and the cycles.
Well, Yando's very near here, I think. I think we're close to the destination, or at least the first stop along the way. And that is technically still within Grantina. So we can have a poke around once we reach that city. See if we can maybe find someone who knows about the oasis. Even if everyone there's forgotten everything. Don't know how that's supposed to work.
Yeah. I do think, based upon the information that we currently have, and feel free to chime in, Olgian, if you have any thoughts, it seems as though go to Yando. If we gain information, reassess. If we don't, go to the archipelago. If we gain information, reassess. And then go to the oasis or the Nork lands, based upon the information we have at that point.
If you give me time as well, I might be able to arrange for royal escort through the Nork territories. The king of Balashtar has a group called Rangefinders. They have scouted and navigated through the land and know how to safely traverse it. For a certain amount of time, of course. He may be able to spare a few of them to help you through the territories, help you survive them. There is also still the official royal decree for invitation of visiting. Your deeds in Grantina were not unrecognized by him as well. He is curious to meet the Hand.
Well, another possible feature for the hold off of that particular mission, seemingly. So, on to Yando.
Not to collect the bounty.
When it comes to bounties, you'll have to ask the king about that. He has a rather unique story about bounties on his head.
I think we're running out of time with this speaking sickness. I'm not going to sit idly while it crosses the Uguine River. I'm not allowing it into Grantina or Pallius.
That, and if we do the archipelago now, we'll have a better situation of understanding what primals we need to be worrying about. I'll know what allies I might be able to draw on, which ones I might be able to try to find. Right now we've only got Chaos, Pestilence, and myself. There are others who believe as we do. They just either haven't been reborn, or they're still trapped, or we don't know where they are. This is just the beginning. Tuffy, you said you have a book on these islands.
I do. It's a little bit confusing at times. What I have is a detail with a little bit of mapping, but mostly just a slow descent to insanity.
Do you mind if I have a look?
Peppy rummages through her little knapsack, pulls out this here journal, and hands it over.
He opens it up, looks at the front, going, "Good grief, they call this script?"
Yeah, the chap I bought it from thought that it was some incomprehensible language. It's just bad handwriting, it's common.
This is the worst handwriting I've ever seen.
Yeah, but it's got some fun little pictures in there. Well, some fun pictures. Some weird, strange pictures.
Huh.
But that's where that funny symbol came from. Pointing at Cinder in reference to the conversation.
Right. Well, we have a course of action, Captain. How far are we from Yando? That'd be you, Ben. Your captain. Your mate.
So Yando's a blip in the distance,
Blip in the
or
distance.
was this morning.
You're probably like an hour or two out.
Okay.
I'd say we're about an hour or two away now.
Good. I take it you'll be joining the landing party. I know that's an Andrain tradition.
Of course.
What entails a landing party?
Just you go, whoever lands and goes ashore to find and seek out details stuff. Usually the captain joins the landing party to represent the ship. The first mate will take command of the ship during the time or whatever, or deals like that.
Okay.
I'll be joining the hand as landing party.
When we land, I'll go take a look. Scope it out. Snozboob, since you're so inclined to sneak about, why don't you join me?
Well, I think there is some insidious tone behind that, friend Holtian, but I would of course love to join you.
Rightfully so. I suggest the entire hand go. Not just some of you. Work as a team and as a group. That is what I hired you to do. And working separately from each other seems to be what's causing you to get into so much trouble.
Yeah, we don't have the numbers to split up as we did.
All friends all together. Delightful.
Oh, and by the way, before we break from this lovely meeting, the next incident that you all cause for that, you're paying for, not me. So better start saving for 25,000, just in case you do again.
Effie just looks down at Snozboob.
I think the entire room's looking at Schnozboop.
Snozboop does not feel bad at all.
Very well. I have a few things I need to try to catch up with. Lieutenant Yolandria. That was an accident. I'm sorry, everyone. Didn't mean to do that. My seat cushion, that keeps my spine.
Not going to go well, apparently.
I need to see if I can get any information on how her mother and father are doing. He gets up, opens the door, like, as soon as I leave, this plane's going to stop existing, and you're all going to be shunted out somewhere randomly inside Nathriel, so I suggest you exit before I do.
Snozboop, gets out.
So does Effie.
Philemon zips about your head as soon as you leave, Schnozboop.
I hate it when you guys go in places like that. I can't feel you at all.
It's a real shame. But good news, Philemon buddy. We got a big adventure coming up here shortly.
Really?
Cinder comes up behind. You know he can't go ashore either.
What?
Yando?
What you said was that you can't set foot on the land. What if Philemon just lands on Snozboop?
We take a bucket of earth from another continent, and we just carry you guys while your feet.
Shoes full of dirt.
I didn't think about that.
Well, now, is Yando part of the archipelago or part of the Grantina Senate?
That has always been up for debate. It's been part of the Grantina. It is technically part of the Grantinan Senate, but because they went out and claimed it. A few hundreds and hundreds of years ago, the smog, or the smoke that filled all the archipelago, did stretch out over these islands, but it subsided over hundreds of years of time to exclude these islands now. So, according to everyone who's alive, it's part of Grantina. But at one point, it was part of the archipelago.
It'd be interesting to figure out.
And
Yeah.
we'll see.
Yeah.
So if it's part of Grantina, then that means that the Oasis may well be in there.
Do they work on vampire logic? Could they be invited onto the archipelago?
Well, we're probably about to find out as we trudge back up to the scene that we left off on last time, of you all seeing this dockyard filled with various ships. There's even other ships that are anchored offshore, off the dockyard, with their rowboats having been stopped. And that's something, Captain Bireth, you're going to notice. There's no place for you to dock. The only way for you to land on this city is via a rowboat of some kind. Which you have, of course. There are lifeboats on here. Many of these vessels, or quite a few of them, are listing to one side. And all of them look heavily neglected. But we're going to go to break before we hop back into that. Because this is a good time for a break.
Are we dying yonder?
So why not? Before we all die in yonder.
Heck yeah.
Seeing Mary Poppins.
Woo!
Hell yeah.
Hello there. As a guest of the Owlbear Inn, you obviously have taste. Now, as a person of taste, have you ever thought to yourself, I need to watch an artist who also has taste, with a sense of classiness and intelligence, heightened by sitting in a leather armchair before a fireplace with shelves of books behind? Neither have I. Anyways, I happen to have an art channel called Michael How Arts here on Twitch if you want to check it out. There's drawing, chatting, and sometimes gaming. If you enjoy fantastic characters and comics, or just having someone to hang out with while doing art, you should give Michael How Arts a look-see. That's twitch.tv/Michael How Arts. And if you visit, maybe, just maybe, you'll occasionally have that artist sitting in front of a fireplace to give you a +1 to the richness and culture of your Twitch experience. Though I wouldn't count on that. But please, do stop on by. Thanks for your time, and have a wonderful day.
I'm Michael Howe, and I approve this message. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, I did this, and 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 this.
Hello, everybody.
Fine
All
store.
campaign, all I wanted was to pass wisdom saving throws, and I never do.
Even with advantage?
I have advantage. I have plus. All my feats almost have all been going into that direction. No.
Oh, that's awesome. Consent is always important. Agreed.
You're next.
Why am
totally
I
not dead.
so bad at this game? Jeez.
Might be genetics.
Attack first. Think never. Hey, folks.
You feel a definite pulse of magical energy as you shake his hand.
You just made a deal with the devil.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Roll a will save.
There's more up there? We have to... I fucking hate this level.
We could have been playing Valheim. Dog, dog, dog! Save me, save me. Where are you? Get in front of me! Get in front of me! Get in front of me!
I'm coming, I was marking the cave.
Dogs! Santa! Ah! Get the dog! Help!
Hello, folks.
There. Apparently, I can't remember your name at all.
Who's Ingrid?
You.
You.
Me?
Irving.
Oh.
Yes, because I can't think. Wow. Why am I having such a hard freaking time with names today?
You called me Murphy twice before we
Yeah.
even started.
Shut up, Melvin. I'm working here.
Alrighty, naked. That's a good drawing, right?
Damn right, Zach, that's
Really
good.
good. Oh my gosh.
Love it.
Thank you.
Wow.
With someone.
Wait, you just said they had a book.
That being
Yes.
said, we will.
Yes.
And then you emphasize that there is a book.
Holy! Way to catch on to that like a minute and a half late. There's books, there's diaries, there's maps.
Wait, there's a book? We have not been consistent with this at all, have we?
No.
I'm not even gonna try and pronounce most of those. Wow.
Yeah, they had a sale on apostrophes that day.
Hello, everybody.
I don't know what's really going on. Hi!
We have you on speakerphone.
I was just gonna say this is one hell of a collect call, man. I didn't know he knew infallible relay.
Does anyone know what the rates are? I don't have that much gold.
Did you know back in the old days, in the medieval times, they used to put lanterns, hang lanterns out on front of horses to help them navigate during nighttime?
Oh.
It was the first recorded instance of satellite navigation.
I enjoyed the live action The Avatar movie.
Oh, baby Baba Luba.
And burble as it came.
No!
Can I get a oh yeah?
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
If you're only to be addressed as you as your own person, what do I do if there's like a whole bunch of y'all?
You may use titles as, I would say, the trolls. You may use the consequences if
Okay.
you would like.
So
You
y'all
may-
is off the table.
Y'all is an abomination.
A whole bunch of y'all.
Too late.
That's when you guys look over and see what once was Jitters descend slowly onto the ground, trampling towards you as its head from top to about past the sternum splits like that into a toothy maw that is its whole body. Rawr. Hello and welcome to Hate, Laugh, Love.
Everybody knows if it's green and it's slime,
You went that
it's booger time.
The show where we talk about movies.
He starts hopping on the way, and when you look back, there's Handor and Grace. Grace looking just frowning perpetually, and Handor just smiling ever so gracefully. And Finestorm, you see on their lips, Handor say, "You think they'll make it?" And Grace go, "Not a chance." Howdy doody, everybody. How we doing? We's back. How was the breaky? Hope everyone had a good, great old time. We had fun, that's for sure. Right. To Yando.
You're
Sailing up.
muted. Not you. You're good. I'm talking to Tange. Her lips were moving. I don't know if she was talking to us or not.
No, I'm reading that riddle over and over again.
Oh. Crazy?
Sailing up.
I was crazy once.
Still might be, I don't know. But sailing up, it's quick. You can see that you can't actually dock anywhere, so the anchor is dropped. Captain Bureth, there are room for 7 people on a landing vessel. 7, yeah, so 7, normally 10. 3 of them are taken off because BT is going to be taking up that much space. 3 others will be taken up by the rest of the hand, and 1 will be taken by you, so there's room for 3 more people from your crew. Would you like anyone to be accompanying you? Ashore.
Oh, Captain, my captain.
And Julian.
Why not? Why don't we have
Oh.
And Julian? So 2 other?
Sure.
And then Cinder as well?
Does Cinder want to
Cinder doesn't want to test the theory with his own feet to whether or not this island is part of the archipelago or not.
So does that mean that the little zigzag or whatever is staying on the boat?
Philemon.
Philemon.
The zigzag. The squiggly boy.
Cinder would tell him to, but he acts by himself. Someone roll a percentile dice for me.
Yeah, I've always been rolling percentile dice. Where is that? 70 even.
70 even. We'll
Ooh.
see what that results as it happens.
He just burns up like a vampire getting hit by sunlight.
Disappears forever.
You see the skin melt.
Has anyone here ever
never come back?
landed here or can by looking over the port? Is there anything that would give BT pause to say he could just walk there?
BT already has paws. Thank you. Thank you.
There are other ships that have not docked, that have weighed anchor instead as well. A few of them are listing from neglect also. As far as whether or not it'd be safe to just walk there, you're not entirely sure how far the bottom is. The landing vessel might get there before you arrive.
It's an option in case we need to take more people. I mean, the more red shirts, the better, but hey.
So, 2 more crew members, with Julian joining you all as well. Captain Bureth, who are your crew members?
So, Julian does want to come.
He's a little indifferent, but he will join.
Okay, so we'll take Julian. First mate, lieutenant, person is definitely busy, so we're going to leave her to do her stuff.
She's not the first mate. The first mate is someone different, and if you going on the ship, he will be staying. Or if you going
First
ashore,
mate's staying behind.
he
Who
stays.
is man, I forget her name. Yolandria. What is she doing right now?
She's the lieutenant.
She's still
She's just
working.
doing random little bits. If she's asked, she will join as well.
Alright, so we'll get her to come.
That would be 1 more.
Let's see, who else we got that has a name?
Probably very little to no one else, because I've left everything for you to.
We'll take a crewmate, a swabbing boy. Someone above a swabbing boy. We'll take someone who is capable enough to defend themselves. If
Private?
need be.
and we'll name him Mark
Private,
with
yeah,
a
there we
C.
go.
But his name is spelled
Mark.
C-A-R-K, but it's pronounced Mark with a C.
But it's spelled Kark.
Oh wait, no, that's not how you be pronouncing
Mark
my name.
Antony.
My name's Mark, but with a C at the beginning and the end. My name's Mark.
The end.
Mark McCartney, I think, is what I was given the name of when I was born, just 30 seconds ago.
He's a good fellow. You'll
Aye.
love him.
That's what they call me. Nuts. He's holding out nuts to people.
Oh, okay.
Happy roll.
Sure.
A lot of nuts.
Yes.
I'll have a look at what kind of nuts they are,
Walnuts.
and I will. Just walnuts?
Let's give them a special name. The troll nuts. There we go.
I mean, it's not a mixture of anything.
Nah.
Okay.
Probably
Teffy
not.
will take 2. 1 to eat, 1 goes in her a secret pocket on the inside of her sleeve.
You just see Teffy randomly in the future going.
You never know when you need to repair some scratches in some wooden furniture,
That's fair.
especially on a ship like this. Things moving and sliding.
Actually, we do know that quite often, and there's very little wooden fixtures on here.
Teffy is very surprised because she spent this whole 5 days thinking the ship was made out of wood.
No, it's very clearly described as made out of metal last week.
She still thinks that it's made out of wood.
All of it's metal. No sails, again. No sails.
Yeah. She just wasn't paying attention to what the ship was made of, so she assumed it was wood. Tangerine
Oh.
was metal. Teffy did not.
So,
Ship goes.
to the shore.
To the shore. Rowing. All of you have to spend time rowing to get it to the shore.
Sorry, no thumbs.
Sorry, no thumbs, sitting in the back or sitting in the front and looking kind of like a figurehead, maybe.
You've got big paws, man. You can have a paddle.
Sorry, no muscles.
Teffy grabs 2 oars and just sits in the middle of her row, doing the work of the people on either side.
You row yourselves to shore to an open spot. There looks to be a few other rowboats, probably from the other ships that are anchored offshore. Still here. There's not a single soul in sight. Everything is dead quiet. No sounds from insects, animals, nothing. Just the lapping of the shore, but also very quietly as the waves seem to turn to more of a small lap. So it's more like a trickle of water from time to time.
I am going to grappling gun up to a higher vantage point and do an investigation check.
Drives you up towards a roof. Give me an investigation.
Terrible. 27?
27.
Mhm.
There are various stalls, various wagons, a working fountain still in the center of town, but there is no one in this city. It's completely empty.
I will relay that information back to the group.
What does it smell like?
Nothing. Ocean. Seaweed.
Is this area similar to the Grantina we've been to thus far? Sandy.
Sandy, similar design, yes. Almost like a tiered city. There seems to be a sandstone-like sandstone structure that seems to be natural, that was carved into and carved away. So it is still tiered in 6 different tiers, but like a staircase. Kind of like Pallius, actually, with its tiers going up. But in this case, you've got one wedge, lower city, clear 50-foot wedge with another portion of the city built up on that plateau, and then it keeps plateauing upwards. Looks as though it probably took a long time to build.
Here's the thought. And Snazzoop will think this over the comms, so Ultian can hear as well. What if I just get up on a high vantage point and sing a song as loud as I can?
Let me change my voice over.
Probably not the best idea. At least, not right now.
Do we think that any individuals that are in this city would be ones that would be in extreme need of our assistance, or they're the type that we don't necessarily want to meet on this particular day?
I'm going to lower myself back down and just say out loud.
We don't have any information yet. We have to keep looking.
Very good. Snozboop will then, I guess, begin walking to wherever the opening type area is to the city. Is going to give Ultian a wink and say, "Do you believe in friendship? Consider yourself self-inspired."
Inspiration.
All you hear as you go along is the crunching of boots on loose gravel on the ground, walking through these empty streets. There are doorways that you pass by where the doors are open, and inside you can see plates where at some point there used to be what would be called food on top, but it's rotten and decayed away. Nothing else. Signs where people would have been living, but no one.
About this food, how rotten? Is it squishy rotten, or is it like a petrified husk rotten?
Give me a nature or survival
Can
check.
I get a date? Do something to get a date of how long it's been?
Okay, that is cattywampus.
How long it's been for the food?
Since there's been anything living here.
That
using food, using rust, using dust settlement, footsteps.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, yeah, give me I want to call this either an insight or an investigation check. However, what kind of role do you think this would be, reasoning off of what BT is?
Probably insight.
Insight? That makes sense. Yeah. Give me an insight roll. And sorry, Teffy, what was yours?
My investigation was a 17.
17. Investigation So, was that supposed to be a survival or insight, or did you actually?
I'm so sorry. It was a nature check.
Nature check. That's right. Survival or nature. Nature. That's good.
Let's re-roll. Okay, so with the new roll, it's now a 21.
Excellent. For the food, examining various pieces as you pass by houses and taking just a moment to look, various states. The earliest one you can find would be roughly there. Given your background, you'd be able to deduce a better time frame on this. Couple of cycles being the earliest.
And the most recent?
That would be the most recent. A couple of cycles. BT, what'd you roll?
I don't know. I got a 4.
Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, that's rough. Let me see if I can usher that out. Yeah, I can easily usher that answer out for you guys still, though, because of freaking Ultian's passive investigation of 26.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Oh, yeah. Part of that information I can get out. While BT's kind of looking at the ground and looking around Ultian, you'll get the sense of maybe there's something to that. With Teffy discovering the food, the earliest food is a couple of years old. There being footprints on the ground that are only maybe a couple of lunas old. But it's a bit of a different time frame. Captain Bureth, something you would know. Some of those ships have been docked there for years. But a few of the other ships, judging by their state, have probably not been there for too long. Couple of months, maybe.
If possible, Snotspoop cares about the people. Is he seeing any evidence of people moving around, let's say in the last line? Which I think is a week.
Is a week for getting into the center of town. I'll allow another investigation for that, but I'm going to have to do an active roll as opposed to passive. Take advantage, because Ultian is just ridiculous. I'm giving it freely, even with... If it rolls really, really well, it'll be Ultian
21?
Remising, probably. 21. When you get into the center of the town, where knowing that there are people who have been moving around more recently, there is one set of footprints.
I'll point those out to Ultian in case he didn't see them.
He didn't.
I'm gonna nod and start following those tracks.
Yeah. Following those tracks. That's what we're doing, yeah.
This place be a graveyard. We'd best be careful.
You begin following the tracks. Give me a... What is it? I think it's a survival. It's a survival check.
Yeah.
To follow these.
All right. Would anyone like to give me advantage?
I mean, Snotspoop is right next to him, giving any help that his older eyes can assist.
You'll also want to use that inspiration. It's probably been about 10 minutes.
For sure. Yeah. Oh, baby. Let me use that inspiration. Is that a D8 or a D6?
Yes, D8.
Okay. Not terrible either. Okay, so hold on. 1, 2, 3, quick maths. 29.
Good.
No, 28. Excuse me. Sorry, 28.
Still, wow. The tracks aren't. It's clear that they're not trying to hide. Not trying to cover their tracks after they walk. There is a strange stumbling slide to the feet, like they were done sluggishly. A bit of a lazy pickup. The tips of the feet weren't picked up all the way, and they slid forward to the next position before planting. With that high of a roll, you can probably even estimate that this person is not too heavy of a gaunt, not too big for strides. A general height, probably, even from the footprints. I mean, this is part of Ultian's backstory, knowing these things. So maybe about 5'8", 5'10", anywhere between those two. And there's a demeanor and a mood to it. Big lack of energy. You've seen footsteps like this before. Primarily in people who are malnourished, people who aren't fully cognizant of the fact that they're walking right now.
All right, I'm gonna stop for a second and make everybody else stop. I'm gonna hold up my hand. I'm gonna say,
medium build, somewhere around 5'8", 5'9". Something's wrong. Everybody be quiet and stay behind me.
Snarlsoup gives him a thumbs up.
BT's gonna switch to start watching the party members
Okay.
for signs of change. And the
Okay.
red shirts especially.
Excellent.
All right. Hold on. I'm just quickly double checking to make sure I don't have anything special.
Yeah, while you check that,
Just right now.
let's give me a marching order. We got Altine in front.
Heffy second.
Teffy is second.
Snarlspoop will be third.
Schnozzboop in third. We've got
Rear.
Julian right next to Schnozzboop. He's gonna stand next to you. And Captain Burith, where are you?
Should I be in the back?
You can be right in front of BT.
Okay.
With Mark with a C right next to you. Fantastic.
As we walk, hold on. How long do infusions last?
They last for the day.
For the day? Thought so.
To
Okay,
do a long rest.
I'm gonna give myself enhanced defense, so +1 to my AC.
+1 to your AC. Perfect. Okay.
Keep following.
Keep following them. They lead into a house. You're somewhere into the deeper reaches of the lower dredges of what the city would have. All lower income housing so far. But deeper in, closer to the wall that gets to the second tier, these footsteps go into an open front door. And following inside, it's a basic layout. There's a room separate from the main dining room, which also serves as the kitchen, sitting room, just a 2-room establishment. Bedroom doors open as well. Dust on the ground, having been kicked up and moved in a very specific pattern. It seems as though those persons come here multiple times. But they've never gone to the table. They've never gone to the kitchen or the fireplace. They've only gone one direct direction, straight to the bedroom. When you get to the bedroom doorway, it doesn't go to the bed, doesn't go to the stall or the study table on the side. The path leads to the wardrobe, where you can hear a slight sound emanating from inside. It sounds as though someone is mumbling to themselves.
Stealth mode.
Stealth mode. Give me a stealth roll.
$21.
21. Okay. Teffy.
If I don't have my hand up, I'll forget that I wanted to do something. I'm going to get the beeswax out of my pocket for when we were up in Cupole, and I'm going to stuff my ears just to be safe. And she's going to, gesture at everyone to plug their ears.
Snozboop does one of these, gets his beeswax out, puts it in.
Same, and I'm going to motion for Snozboop to open the door in such a way that he will be avoiding, and then I'm gonna crouch slightly.
What's
There's
that you're
a
pushing
slight
in your
bend my
ears?
knees. I'm gonna turn to the captain. I'm gonna go and then point at Teffy and then thumb at the captain for Taffy to give him some
He pulls
beeswax.
out just a big wad of beeswax. It's not very sticky. Have you guys ever actually, like, for realsies, dealt with beeswax?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's not that sticky.
Yeah.
But it is malleable if you mess with it enough. So
Very
she
malleable.
just chops off a piece, hands it to him, and gestures at his ears, and just divvies it out to the rest of the ship, the party.
So the captain will motion to
Bit off
do
audio.
that to the rest of the crew.
Or another.
Okay, sneaking up.
You sneak up, get in position in front of the store.
The door, and then over our team comms, we'll say, "Here we go."
Who's in front?
Snozboop's opening. I'm in front, and then probably Teffy's right next to me, and then everybody else kind of crowded into this area a little bit. Ouch.
As soon as the door opens, Schnozboop, even more force gets pushed into it as you are shoved aside as this person lurches out and lurches towards you, Altian. He completely misses you, tumbling to the ground, falling towards the foot of the bed, and then spins around, stands up, screams, and starts to go in for another punch. Very delirious. We can roll initiative if you'd like to. He'll be easy to take care of.
Can I just knock him out real
Knock
quick?
him out. Give me
Is
an
there
attack
any
roll.
way for me to
Give me an attack roll.
flap? Okay. Let's go. Not terrible. What's my? Oh yes. Does a 23 hit?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry about that damage there.
No, don't worry about the damage.
Don't worry about the damage there. You bringing that fist round smacks him right in the face. He tumbles back to the ground again. And you hear a... Well, you don't hear anything, but you can see his body shifting with a slight laugh. And he stays on the ground.
Well, looking at the rest of the party here.
I don't have the ability, but Julian, perhaps, do you have a way to communicate with this being mind to mind, as it were?
He shuffles around his sleeves for a moment and pulls out a long, twisted, angular stick that seems to twirl in places. There are a couple of gemstones embedded inside the twirls in places, and as he flicks it, the gems light up with a brighter light. One of them fades, and all of you can start hearing inside your own heads. I do, actually. I could do that for all of us, including this man.
I'd rather we didn't include him. That would defeat the point.
If we hear the word, then it can be transferred. I
there's
can
a
read
phrase.
lips.
Yeah, there's a phrase or a word. We don't know what it is. If one of the infected tells us, then we start losing our marbles as well, which is why I plugged me.
Oh, internet.
Connection might be a little faulty in the arcane fields.
I'm
Hang on,
frozen again.
let me see if I can fix that twinge. Ah, there we go. We can hear you again, Teffy.
That isn't a good point. There is a word. I'm not sure if it works, if it's not audibly spoken. I'm not sure of the nature of the disease, though.
Better to take the precaution.
I agree. Let's not include him. But if you can read lips, perhaps Mark, lift him up if you don't mind. Let us see his face. Mark looks at you, Captain Beereth, waiting for orders from his actual captain. That'd be you, Ben.
He's reading something.
Who's reading something yet?
Pondering this poem, it is hard. I think I have a guess though later.
Ah.
But can you say that last line again?
Yes. Julian just looked at Mark and told him to pick up the guy so all team can read his lips.
Ah, okay. So he's our little.
Oh, he's looking at you
reader.
for the official order.
Okay. All right.
Mark is at least.
Pick him up.
Grabs him by the shoulders, picks him up, and shows you the guy's face. There are tears falling from his face as you see him repeatedly saying over and over again, "Stay with me and soon you'll find the place to never see, the feelings of pain and loss combined for all eternity." Repeating over and over
Can we get
and
a copy
over
in the
again.
chat?
I'll say it again for you. Stay
like a
with me,
prophecy.
and soon you'll find the place to never see. The feelings of pain and loss combined as one for eternity.
Stay with me, and soon you'll find
The place to never see.
You'll never see.
To never see.
To never see.
I'll have to type it out for you. I don't have it typed out, I have it written down literally. I do most of my stuff in handwriting. Most of the stuff that I'm sharing.
And yet your writing still looks like that.
Yeah, I know, right?
Curious.
Practice does not make perfect in this case, apparently.
Okay.
Just made it worse.
Any idea
after
what that
repeating
means?
Just another riddle.
It sounds. It sounds like that might be the key phrase. Now I'm concerned that since we've heard that phrase, even if we didn't hear the infected say it, since we now know the phrase, that we might begin losing it. So let's all keep an eye on each other.
The man falls to the ground. At this point, Schnozboop and Big Tin, I'm actually going to deafen the two of you as I explain something to the other three. That just happened.
Oh, but why?
Because it's not happening to you two.
Interesting.
Interesting. Okay, we'll see you two in a moment. Alright, you other three. Let's just make sure they can't hear. Pretty sure they can't, right? From this point forward, your characters have never heard of the NPC Mark. He's never existed.
Uh-oh.
You must forget him entirely. He was never a member on the crew. He was never on the ship.
Is he just no longer
He is
exist?
gone. Any memory of him is vanished. It is erased.
But physically, is he still there? So there's just this rando
He's not even
with
there
us?
physically. He is gone. That is why the man's body
okay.
the man just dropped to the ground. Because Mark has disappeared. So,
Don't like that.
for the three of you, you know, you, as players, know your characters have completely forgotten that that NPC ever existed. You also, as players, know that Schnozboop and BT were not affected by this. They still remember Mark. I'm going to bring them back in, but there's your piece of information. Hi. Hey. Welcome back.
Hi.
The man's now crumbled on the ground, mumbling those things to himself, laughing, crying, mumbling, repeating over and over again the same phrase.
Well, that was strange, but I'm glad we're all accounted for.
What do we do with him?
That is a fine
think-
question.
I think for starters, we should deafen him in some way. Anyone have some fabric we can gag him with?
When you say deafen, you just mean to deafen?
Yeah, I just don't want to hear.
She meant to mute.
Well, deafen any noises he may make, so that we then don't hear it.
Ah,
I can
mute.
see how that could be confusing.
Because I can deafen him, no problem, but I couldn't see how that would be helpful to the situation. Any of you young lads pointing at the sailors have some rope or some such?
Sailors?
I
Who
have.
are you referring to?
Who are you talking to? And also, I've got rope, but I'm trying to shut him up.
Yeah, well, I thought, you could tie around his head, keep his jaw closed.
I don't think that would be quite sufficient, honestly.
Fair enough, you do it.
Those ventriloquists, right? They can keep their mouths closed, but still have the puppet bloody speak.
Well, if you want one of my socks, you're welcome to them as well.
Okay, Murray, I'm gonna message you something. This is just for clarification on how this particular thing works, because
Yeah.
I don't think my character's brain works the same way everybody else's does. So I will message you. You guys continue.
Sounds good. Well, we could use the fabric on the bed if we're all concerned about where the cloth comes from.
It's not going in my mouth. I don't care.
Julian walks past the guy and looks at him curiously and looks around. Keeps moving forward and tears off some fabric. Starts preparing it to gag the man. Everyone's still speaking inside your heads, of course. Because you can't hear each other because of the beeswax.
We get the cloth. The Snot will take it from Julian and very carefully, as friendly as possible, stuff it in the guy's mouth. In such a way that it won't come out without assistance.
Effectively gagged.
I'm still going to keep my ears plugged, though, just in case there are any other struggles. It's just an extra precaution. I don't like the feel of this place.
I don't like it either. There's something very unsettling about it.
If I have to, I will do a raw intelligence check on this particular thing.
Do it to it, because Snosboop has said something that would cue Altian to do some thinking.
Jeez. I'm loving my accidental Italian dice right now. Raw intelligence.
There is no accidental. There is only
23.
23.
I get.
There's something about Julian pausing and looking around this person's caused you to also pause and look around him. Schnosboop saying sailors. There's only one sailor with you. Captain Dureth. You're the hand and there's no other sailors here. What is he talking about? Then you see them. Footprints around the man. That don't belong to anyone here.
Okay, I'm going to
Does
drop
Snosboop
down
still see
into...
Mark?
No, you don't. Mark's gone.
Wasn't he just holding up this dude?
He was, and then he just vanished.
And I didn't notice this either.
He's gone.
Mark is gone.
Mark is gone. Just vanished out of nowhere.
Who?
I'm afraid I don't know what you're referring to. There was only us 6 that came here.
He's the black spot in my memory.
Huh?
He's who these prints belong to.
That's a good question.
You
Whatever
sure
we
they're
do
not
here,
just?
we need to do it quick.
You sure there's not just our footprints? Just stepping over there?
Quite sure, quite sure. Numbers add up.
There were six of us.
I'm going to trace out the footprints and trace them all the way back to
There are
the
8 of
opening
us.
of this room.
Oh, there were 8. I thought there were 9 spots.
I don't know if it works this
Oh,
way.
yes, I do remember now. BT, yes, there were 7. There were 7 of us.
8? 9?
No.
I've never used this ability, and it has seemed bad ever since I read it. But I'm going to try it, see how it works in this circumstance. I am going to use an action to counter charm. So I'm going to perform until the end of my next turn. So it's apparently a 6-second performance. During that time, you and any friendly creature within 30 feet of you that can hear you. Nobody can hear me. Well, I'm gonna.
Yeah, that's problematic. Oh,
But they can hear in their minds. I don't know if that matters.
do it, because you've got Liam, who is going to give you a little boosty here and make it to where his music can be heard through the
Excellent.
I'm
Okay.
fudging that bit there. Let's put it in there. He's magical.
Everybody, get your brains on right. Everybody.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
Taffy, Bureth, and Ultian, give me wisdom saving throws.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh,
See,
no.
these die are quite special.
Oh,
They
my
say,
Italian die.
F me and F you to represent 1 and 20, and yeah, we just got a 1.
That's gonna be a 3 for me, dog.
I got a 10.
I think we succeeded.
Oh boy.
Julian probably saved.
Yeah, let's. He probably will. I was typing something out quickly.
What about Yolandria? Is she still here, right?
Yolandra's doing a flyby, scouting in the air, because she can fly like her father. Shoot. Does he have any? I mean, no, he's got. We're talking about epic level person. I'm thinking like so low level. His proficiency is not 3. His proficiency is much higher. Yeah, no, he passes with a 19, even though he rolled a 7. So for the rest of them, the other 3, Schnorzboob, there is a glaze to their eyes for a second, but then it's whipped out by a bright light and goes back to them normally. You don't. The rest of you don't feel whatever just happened here, but Julian snaps. Oh heavens, no! This is bad. Mark does exist. He did. Where did he go?
Snazoob is going to go behind the crazy person to where Mark was standing to see if he's just like invisible.
Waving your hand around. Give me an investigation check.
16?
16. There's a briefest of movement right underneath the bed. It almost looked like an eye that was peering out at you and then just retracted very quickly. Didn't get a good look at it.
Immediately look under the bed.
There's a hole under the bed. It's about...
Big tin? Oh, go ahead.
No, you go for it.
Big tin Would you please move this bed?
Body check it.
Slam
gets
it
out.
to the side.
Sunburn torch.
The sunburn torch. This hole is about a foot, just over a foot wide. The sides of it seem to be tunneled nearly perfectly. Almost a perfect circle leaning into the ground.
Philemon, come with us.
No.
It wasn't. We weren't sure if he was coming or not. He makes his own decisions.
He and Cinder decided to stay on the ship.
Philemon.
Philemon. He rolled a 70.
I don't know how things work, but there's no. It doesn't seem to be a maximum amount of times I can use this ability. So I'm just gonna keep singing the counter charm song on repeat to see if that fixes my friend.
That. There's usually caps on abilities on these things for how many times you can do it.
I agree, but I sure don't see one.
Because it's kind of like divination. Divination can be really hard to tell how many times you can use it. Of course, the app's probably.
It does
gonna keep
cost an
crashing.
action to do.
Yeah, which is what's the ability called again?
Counter charm.
Counter charm. Features and traits. Bardic inspiration, magic inspiration, song of rest. That's always good. Bonus proficiency, cutting words, bardic versatility, font of inspiration, counter charm. As an action. During the time, you're going to find a 3 within 30 feet. At 6th level, musical notes. It's an action you get to do during the time. French villainy. A creature must be. The performance ends early if you are interrupted, or silence, or voluntarily end it.
Well, you guys figure that out. I suddenly have to pee very bad, even though I went pee on break. 1 second.
Getting old.
Interesting. Okay.
Very strange if this turns out to be useful. Every time I've read that ability, I've like, when am I ever going to use that?
mass command or mass control people, which is actually possible in this campaign if you run into the wrong ones. Yeah, I don't see one either. There's always a cap on it. It's not even listed as an action you can do. No, it is.
Yeah.
No. I don't see any caps on how many times you can do it. Everywhere it's listed. So yeah, you could just keep doing it.
Everybody, get your head on right. Everybody. And so we're going to just sing that song. Looking down in the hole. What do I see down in the hole?
Darkness.
Cool. I have dark vision. Do I see anything through the dark?
Darkness. You do not see through the dark.
Teffy?
Teffy aims the sunburn torch at the hole.
Teffy aims the sunburn torch at the hole. I need to know who's looking down the hole as the sunburn torch is being aimed down it.
Teffy's looking down the hole.
Snozboob.
Teffy, Schnozboob. Just the two of you. I'm not looking down that hole.
Not at the moment, no.
All right, then Teffy and
He's
Schnozboob.
trying to figure out what's going on here.
The two of you. Doop-a-doop-boop-boop-boop-boop-boop-boop.
Take
going blind.
20d6 of damage.
I actually need BT, Ultian, and Captain Burith to roll me some wisdom saving throws.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no.
Does Teffy need to do another wisdom saving to try and roll them up?
Thank
No, you don't.
God.
Julian
Dirty
passed
20.
his. Dirty 20. You just passed yours.
Oh no.
Big Tin?
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Nice.
I love those dice so much. They make my heart skip. Oh, whoo.
They
Beereth?
work as dice.
They do.
Now, just so you know, that's a natural 20, but I do have a -1, but I guess that's a natural 20, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is why we included so I can actually have DCs of 20. Captain Beereth, what was yours?
We rolled a 100% improved roll for 2.
Oh my goodness. All right, Captain Beereth.
Plus 4 wisdom, 6, but still a 2.
Still, yeah. What I'm going to describe, you are not going to remember. Teffy and Schnorzboot do not remember it either. BT and Ultian, the two of you, will see as soon as the light gets turned on, the two of you will remember very clearly a vile scream emitting from the center of the hall, and a singular head on a long neck slam outwards, smack Schnorzboop back, and slap into Teffy. The two of you are going to be taking 7 points of bludgeoning damage. And the next thing
no
you're going to be
chance to-
remembering, no, in this case, the next thing you're
Okay.
remembering is Schnorzboop, you're now sitting on the ground, and your chest really hurts for some reason. And Teffy, your face feels like it's been slapped.
What in the blazes was that? All I did was turn on a torch, and now I've been smacked in the face or something.
The hall's empty. There's nothing in there.
When you look over at Ultian, I am pulling out 2 grenades from my utility belt.
Ultian, buddy? What's going on?
Turn off the torch.
Teffy
Julian
turns off the torch.
is wide-eyed. What was that?
It's the sunburn torch.
No,
I know what it
sweet
is.
blazes, what was that?
What was what?
I guess we'll find out here in a second.
Clink.
Teffy, come
And I'm
over here if you don't
not
mind.
stepping.
Teffy's
not
gonna back
stepping towards
away.
the hole. Not stepping towards the hole. I'm gonna roll it across the floor into the hole. It's gonna ding, 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 ding.
I need all of you to make dexterity saving throws.
Oh gosh.
It's an easy DC on this one, fortunately, but
Oh man. What's my saving throw? 18.
Me too. Couple of
Nice.
buddies. Couple of bomb buddies.
Mm-hmm.
bomb buddies.
Captain got a 13.
13, good enough.
21.
21, good.
Cat reflexes.
What was the modifier? Dex?
Yes, a reflex. Yep.
Save.
Okay, this isn't magical, I assume, so it's just a 13.
Reflex is, not this system. Thanks. Yeah,
Not this
dex
system.
save. Wrong system.
It's a
Wow.
reflex save.
It's a reflex
which is
save, everyone.
technically what a dex save
Yeah,
is
yeah.
a reflex save, but
That took me too long to realize. That's good enough. You all step back as the ground starts tumbling around you. The inside, the explosion having caused a small cavern underneath this portion of the house to have caved in. There are bits and areas where you can see more of these tunnels leading to different portions throughout networking throughout the city.
Well, that's interesting.
I remember once before I had a problem with memory, and I was working on subroutines to prevent that from happening again.
This is not a magical per se or a mundane. There is a feel to this that is out of the control of lower magics and lower capabilities.
Either divine or primordial. That's what you're saying.
It's either divine or primordial.
Well, we're here for primordial, so I'm going to assume that that's a primordial.
Oh my god, I actually speak primordial for some reason. That's bizarre.
Yeah, so remember that's one of the languages that you shouldn't, because primordial is not a language that's known in Nathriel. We talked about this back when you created the character.
I forget about that.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, no,
good.
I do remember that
There we
now.
go,
It
yeah.
wouldn't let me not know primordial.
Yeah. So we just had to remember that you technically don't know it.
Oh, hiss.
Unfortunately. Yeah. Shall we? But now it should be clear that there's plot reasons.
Well, down the hole or run away?
No, run away.
I think it's best to not investigate the hole with the mystery forgetful creature.
I think we need to go back to the ship, talk to Cinder, and figure out which brother or sister this is, so we have a better understanding of how to counter it.
That's a good plan.
We could do it.
Otherwise, we're going to forget about it.
Nuke it from low orbit.
What about old Mark and the other guy?
What other guy?
Okay. Do you trust Snozboop? That's the question you need to answer. If the answer to that question is yes, then trust when I tell you there were 2 other people in this group prior to us entering this room. So my question
Validate
is...
this.
Wait, I thought we only forgot one person. I thought we only forgot Mark. Who the hell is the other one then?
We only established.
We only forgot Mark.
Mark.
What?
Yes.
Yeah.
But
okay.
There was another person we forgot. Or
No.
that you guys forgot.
Eulandria's flying around.
Eulandria's, yeah.
But you're talking about
okay.
the madman.
She-
That's
okay,
that's the
well
reference.
Okay,
Okay,
then.
sorry.
That's kinda-
Okay, in that case, there was one person that was in this group that is no longer here. So the question you have to answer yourself first is, do you trust old Snozboop? And second, do we think we can assist that individual?
Sir, I think I trust my assessment of my own crew over your assessment.
The hand.
Offers Buret the hand while saying the hand.
Sounds like someone's swimming back to the boat.
There's also the entire city we have to think about.
Very good. All right then. Sorry, Mark, wherever you are, we'll see you hopefully at some point. To the ship.
That's the opposite of what I meant.
Also, Snozboop did just put a hand up to an admiral. What do we do?
Oh,
about
you were captain. You not an admiral. You were captain.
that? Oh, okay, we're just captain.
Yeah, you're just captain.
Listen, whatever this is,
Good.
it doesn't just have Mark, whatever his name is. It's got the rest of the city.
And every ship that's ever stopped out there. So we're not going to make a difference right now. Until we know more about what we're fighting.
Yeah, I'd like to gather more intel. Did anyone happen to get a look at it and remember it?
Yes.
Alright. Then I think step 1's going to be to return to the ship. Regroup with Cinder and
I
Philemon.
like that plan.
And then we return, maybe? If they indicate that it's safe to do so?
Best double time it, in my opinion. Okay. Snozboop's gonna turn and go out the door. And jog quickly back to the ship, the way that they came.
I'll be the last one out, and I'm just gonna stare at the hole for a second.
Faint.
From like where the doorway is.
You can see a faint mark of what looks to be a thick blackened blood leading towards a tunnel, or going into a tunnel leading up the city.
Did
I'm gonna
Teffy
follow the
notice
rest
any
of the group.
blood?
No, his passive investigation's too high. Following after, though, getting back to the boat, rowing back, having a new air walking through these empty streets and knowing what's looking at you through the windows. Feeling eyes the whole time, as though someone's watching. It's not a quiet city anymore. It seems to be screaming at you what's hiding underneath the floors. When you reach the boat, though, Cinder can be found inside his cabin, hiding from the top deck because he still hates being on the water.
Before we get onto the boat, I'm going to suggest to the group something. Question. It seems as though some of us, well, all of us at one time or another, have forgotten something. Do we think it is possible that we are infected with the disease? Do we want to infect the ship with said disease? Thoughts?
Did BT forget anything?
BT did forget things. It's like something's been forcibly removed. Like if you're looking at code and someone just randomly selected a portion of it and deleted it.
I don't know if it's related, but this feels different. This was purposeful. This isn't some blanket disease that's passing.
Okay, just an attack, not a disease. Okay, very good.
And I'm not sure if the disease itself is a disease at this point, because if it's spread from person to person, and if there's a phrase involved, what if each time the phrase is said, they just forget one more thing? And gradually the entire population forgets everything.
I do not know. Let's get Cinder.
When we go tomorrow, it will be ready. So we have to be ready too. I have an idea.
Following Cinder, Julian excuses himself to do some research. He pulls out a bag of holding and looks at you, Tuffing. If you ever want reading while we're on the journey, I have my whole library in here. I have a few things I need to read up on. Let me know what you all find.
Effie's gonna go ahead and unplug her ears now. Did we leave the weird guy in the building?
Yeah. He would have run off as soon as you all stopped paying attention and started looking at that grenade rolling. He would have been gone.
Cool. Then she's gonna...
Yeah, might as well, suppose. Also.
Unplug. As soon as you get to Cinder's room, the doors open and he's sitting cross-legged, not cross-legged, his legs are folded on the bed. And Philemon is sitting there with his arms and legs up, and Cinder's just gently scratching his belly.
But that is a sentient dude.
Yeah,
That's
Philemon loves it.
Interesting. Brotherly
does.
love. Excellent.
He's just like,
so nice.
So, Cylinder, we may have come across one of your siblings.
Definitely.
That makes us forget, but somebody remembers what they look like. Who is it?
I do.
BT.
Okay, what do they look
We
like?
both described. A long. Okay, you didn't give us quite. You just gave us like.
So
there's a long
I'll
neck
describe
appendage.
Describe it now to you, so the people who have forgotten the memories. It is. The lips have been folded inwards to where you almost don't even see, like that, like what Tangerine's got right there. And the smile has been drawn out towards the edges. Yep, kind of like that. Yep, but even more drawn out. And the eyes are squinted and pulled out. Every single feature, part of the facial feature, looks as though it's been pulled and tightened on the face. The teeth are now spiked and pointed. The eyes are slitted like a serpent. The hair is matted and gross, falling out in places all over the place, and it's just the head. The neck of it is just bare neck muscles. No skin over the top of it, stretched out, and as it stretches, it looks as though it's tearing and retwining itself, rebuilding as it is growing longer, and then shrinking back and just bulging together and shrinking in size. The thing itself, when it whipped out, it looks as though it could bite down, but it used its head like a whipping fashion and slammed into Snorzeboop's chest, and then smacked like a giraffe. Yep, like a giraffe. And then pulled back into the hole. And it was very quick. Very, very quick.
Ring any bells?
You said you found someone?
Mm-hmm.
Did they say anything?
Mm-hmm.
What did they say?
Did
I'm
it
not
say
gonna
to
tell
repeat
you.
it?
I'm not gonna tell you. What if that's the thing?
Right now, it could be a number of my siblings.
Snorzeboop will point message all Cinder and say, "Stay with me, and soon you'll find the place to never see, the feeling of pain and loss combined for all eternity."
Agony. Agony's here.
How bad's that?
Doesn't sound good.
It's pretty bad.
The
They,
peace is also bad, so who knows anymore?
they're, it's brother and sister with agony. Pain and loss brought together for all eternity. They're combined. They speak as two or as one. They don't have a form like any other, though. They're not part of any of us. They're a free faction. They stay out of the conflict. If Agony found home here, the best thing we can do is either find a way to imprison them again or leave them be and make sure no one finds this island again.
We could blow up the island.
Captain, what's the artillery power of this ship?
That will just respawn them somewhere else.
What if we exploded underneath the island? Sank it? Like that one in the book.
Or we could trap it underneath the ground.
They do nest in a den underneath wherever they choose. Collapsing their home could do it.
Do they feed on who they take? Or are those people just trapped down there?
They feed off of existence. Being in their proximity is risking being erased from reality.
Do you know a guy named Mark? Mark with a C?
He's one of the sailors here. Oh no, it got Mark. I liked him.
Yeah, Mark's gone, and no one remembers but old Snorzeboop.
Of course you do, you're bonded with Philemon.
Thank you.
No, run that by me again. What?
He's bonded to Philemon. Philemon has, being bonded to Primordial has certain effects, benefits to it. One of them is we can't, our sub effects, Like me, if I were going into combat and battle anyone who's within a certain range of me would burst into flames. My bonded would not. They would be able to stand my heat. For him, it's memory. He won't forget anything ever again. For long. It can get affected for a short term, but chaos
So what you're
is
saying is, I'm gonna remember what that monster looked like.
eventually, probably. You don't have the full rights of it yet.
Okay.
So why could BT remember him?
You can remember him?
BT remembers Mark, he didn't forget.
You didn't make me forget that. But there is something
That's
else missing.
different. What's that?
I don't know. Something
Where'd
else
you
was
lose it?
deleted.
If something else was deleted, then wait. Schnozboop, are you missing things too?
I believe just what the agony looks like is the only thing I'm missing. I think.
And there's probably something else going on too. You shouldn't be affected by anything Agony's doing regarding the memory. But if you're still getting memory affections, and something else involved on this. If it's part of what the divines did, then this could be part of it. That's postulating. I'm just trying to figure it out.
Well, I know I'm a fair bit confused.
I feel like
Here's
that's
a
part of the
question.
course for you.
Agony. Is there a way to combat and or defend?
Don't look at them.
So we keep our eyes closed?
Yeah, it's not hearing that's a problem with Agony. It's seeing.
Is it like that story of the stone turning lady, where if you look at them but like through a thing, that it's okay?
You mean a
like a
Medusa?
mirror? I don't know if that existed in Iridai.
A Medusa. It's a Gorgon.
Okay.
Yeah, Medusa was a particular one that existed at one time.
yeah, but-
she got into.
Okay, if Medusa is a real story, then Teffy would obviously say Medusa.
Your tone changes sometimes, and like it sounds like you're a different person. Like, is there multiple? I'm just kidding. I'm picking a chain now at this point.
What happens when you eat thermal paste?
No, that is unrelated. Let me
But-
live, God.
Yes, we would like you to live. Don't eat thermal paste.
Yes, please.
It doesn't taste good. I'm not gonna do
Ah.
it again.
Okay, so keep our eyes closed. Check. Ways to entrap. We can make their den collapse on them. That sounded like a pretty good plan. Any other thoughts? Oltian, this sort of seems like your wheelhouse, if you will.
Well, I'm gonna say, poison. I could find structural weak points, bring the whole city down on top of them. If he is stationed underground.
Also would have the added benefit of probably making people not want to come here.
But what if collapsing the city on a living creature has the benefit or has the effect of, squashing it, killing it, and then it respawns? We run into the same issue.
Respawn. Oh, what an interesting turn of phrase.
If I can attack the upper levels, a cascading effect will happen, and maybe with enough debris on top, of the ground. It won't be able to escape. I'll have to avoid ground level structuring. But that's all under the assumption that it is nesting underground.
Now, to clarify something for Captain Beereth as well, this ship definitely has the firepower to do exactly what Ultian just suggested.
Okay.
Those 2 large cannons you have would be able to do that. Would be able to cause enough damage to the top portions for it to cascade and do a landslide downwards.
Oh.
Would we
Too
need
easy.
to use the Archangel, or would the ship itself?
You would just need to use the 2 big cannons. You've got 2 big cannons at the front. That 2 double barrel thing. Those are big, big ore cannons.
Alright, well,
That's quite a
Ultian,
face Teffy is stuck on.
Right, I was just thinking that.
That's too funny.
Ultian, the cannons are well equipped on my ship to do precisely that.
That's under the assumption that that's the agreement that we come to.
Cinderex, you're sort of the expert on this sort of thing amongst
And it is
us.
technically your sibling.
True. Your thoughts?
I can definitely tell you Agony's not responsible for the memory loss that we're encountering. They're not a subtle climb, they're an instantaneous snap. One moment you're there, the next you're gone. And it's not taking the person's memory, they take the memory of the person. Whatever limits people coming to this island is best. Killing him is just gonna have him come back again. And we won't know where they are. I wish we could negotiate with Agony, but they don't listen to any of us.
Let's also use the ships that are docked. If we can pull them out into the bay, sink them, make it hard for a ship to come into this port. That'll be an extra layer of protection.
So just to clarify with you, Cinder, do you think if we use the cannons from the ship to collapse the city, that will imprison Agony?
I don't know. I really don't. Agony usually stays in one place. They don't move anywhere else.
Oh.
We don't even really need to destroy the city. What we need to do is deter people from coming here.
Oh.
This is theirs
Even
now.
Okay, so it seems like the destruction of the city, make it so people don't want to come here, and then fencing in the harbor, as Ultian suggested, should do just that. Very good. Well,
Since I don't have knowledge of sailing, is there, Captain, some sort of signal or flag that can be flown that says this is cursed?
Perhaps
we just assume
diseased.
there is.
So, in common day, it's actually a reference and history kind of lesson or nautical lesson, I guess. There are flags that would be flown for specific purposes like this. Like if the plague was found on a ship, they would fly that black flag to notify other people, do not come to the ship.
Swiss Family Robinson, if you ever seen that movie.
Yeah, stuff like
So
that.
what if we ran that flag up on every single ship around in the harbor and planted some on the docks as well? Would that be enough to keep other ships that come by here from stopping?
Well, it might have stopped us.
We can
I think that's a
further
good
it by
idea.
informing people as well. Sending out messages, letting people know that Yando, the purpose for its lack of production, has been discovered.
Excellent, excellent. I think these are great plans that we should act upon. Anyone opposed?
No, and we should get started immediately.
Just
Oh,
for safety concerns, let's say Schnoz and me are the only ones that go on dock.
Keep in mind, just because you're immune to the effects of it, doesn't mean you're immune to being snagged.
That's why we go in pair, as a pair.
Everyone stays on the boat.
I mean, go
Drag
ship to
the
ship.
ships from dock.
Flag them.
Yes.
But we want to put a couple of flags on the dock, too.
Then we all have to do that together.
Okay. But just make it quick.
Just putting that out there. We're fine leaving all of the wealth that's sure to be inside the city in it.
Unless you have a plan to get that wealth. I don't see any other option.
Julian very pointedly looks towards the city, taps his fingers a few times, and is very clearly trying to find a reason. Unfortunately, no.
I mean, that being said, Julian, you give the hand a contract, we'll deliver as always.
Excuse me?
Something for the future, then. Lost
Future hand.
Treasure Island. Oh yeah,
Whoa.
Yando used to be responsible for a lot of manufacturings before they found Agony.
Well, we'll get to it. Do we have to make
The
these flags, or
dwarves
are there
dug
enough
too
flags
deep
about?
and too greedily.
Each ship would
yes.
have the flags on it.
Oh,
To be
perfect.
able to flag, so
Okay.
you just have to find them on the ship. But that would be the dwarves dug too deep.
Couple days.
That would be
Couple days of work.
Greed
with
often leads to agony.
it's true. With certain flying capabilities and movement features, probably just the rest of this day and the entirety of the next day to station things up.
I do wonder if we should destroy the city first, and the chance that that would assist us in not being snatched.
This is
Let
a good point.
sleeping lions lie.
I do not think we should destroy the city, but I think once we get the bay sealed up, we bomb the gate, the opening, like the very entrance to the docks. Like we just sink the docks pretty much. We just sink it. That way, even if ships are dumb enough to go past the line, it's even harder for them to dock. They'll have to actually
Plus,
put
then
in
the
some
hand
effort
can
to-
do the future contract to come to Treasure
Exactly.
Island. Very good.
That is what we will do.
Well, let it be written. Let it be done.
The planning is executed. The planning is done. The ships are situated. A few of them have to be pushed by the Wind's Pleasure. I got the name last week wrong, by the way. It's Wind's Pleasure. That's the name of this ship. I'll have to correct in your notes wherever you have. I think I said Pleasure's Grace last time, and that was just wrong. It's Wind's Pleasure on this one. But the Wind's Pleasure has to move a few of the ships, but you get them situated in a place where, yeah, it'll be blockaded. People will very clearly see that this is not a place to go. The flags are everywhere, in all spots and locations. And when the order is given, what you'll all see is this large, cylindrical, double-barrel thing. 7 people climb in. It looks as though it would be cramped confines, and if any of you take a look, it is cramped confines. They're nearly all on top of each other as they're cranking and moving gears, with the barrels lifting up a portion and then shifting sideways, pointing towards the docks. The first mate who's on deck with you all, you might want to open your mouths. If they're closed,
My
your
mouth is
eardrums
already
might
open.
blow. This is going to be quite loud.
I'm gonna put my
You see,
ear
even Altian plugs his ears.
It's like, no, don't do that. Use these. He hands you muffs and like plugging ears adds more pressure to the drums as well. That'll likely burst them too. It's the shockwave you're worried about. Not hearing it. He plugs up his, and you hear this.
BT will go a little bit closer to the gun.
And there is a very loud, and you feel the shockwave through your bones. And two very large plumes of explosive gas come out the top with these big things of metal flying at the docks. You're about a mile out at this point. Teffy, Altian, and Schnorzboop, the three of you have never seen something capable of doing this. A mile out, they fire off two projectiles that blow the docks to smithereens. They repeat the process a few more times, releasing a few more bullets or shells into it, thoroughly decimating the front gate. It's complete rubble. There's no space for docking, no space for landing even a small road landing vessel. The job is very thorough.
Well, Agony can starve for a little while.
I thought we were gonna put plague flags on that thing.
The plague flags are everywhere. They're all over the place, including the ships that are around doing a blockade around the docks. The docks were destroyed to further discourage people.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get onto those islands.
Wow, I will
Into the
work on
archipelago.
reconstructing the lost memory.
Lost memory, reconstruction, beginning. Placing back inside this is difficult. You had those parameters put in place, but those parameters were done for something man-made versus something divine or primordial. Getting around their dealings is a lot harder. It's like reconstruction through logical guessing. But you can in the end. It takes a while.
But they erase.
They erased it looking at you. And it wasn't it that erased it. Agony didn't do this. At the end of it, as soon as you get the memory back, Bigton, you can tell this is divine. The memory removals are divine in nature. Memory loss is primordial, but that there is divine tampering in this deal as well.
I'll bring this to the group and say the divine was erased in the memory. Don't know who or why.
Cinder? Julian? Any thoughts?
Lasting effect from what they did? I'm sorry, I don't know.
No divine present?
The divines, from my understanding, are locked away. They can no longer walk amongst this realm. They can influence, and I've seen them influence in ways like this before, but they wouldn't be present. At your reconstruction, did you get any memories of symbols? Anything else that we might have missed and forgotten?
Did I?
Give me an intelligence check. Nah, let's make it a percentile, actually.
Okay.
Ah,
94.
That's a yes.
Okay.
Several locations, there's a scribbled mark that no one else would remember, and even your anti-charm thing, Schnozzboop, wasn't bringing back. Because as soon as you see it, and as soon as you look away, it is forgotten. It's a single question mark.
Yeah.
Scribbled into the walls in several places. Kind of like in the cornerstones of many of the structures of the buildings.
Okay, I'll relay that information.
Didn't you say that Yando, back before it was eaten, that they used to worship Kurarena, the forgetting one? So that's probably what happened here.
Corona, forget.
Goddess of forgetfulness and insanity.
Cinder? What? That's not right. What? Corona is the goddess of insanity. Zagtis is the god of the lost. The god of the forgetting. What? You're getting your gods forgotten now. I've been through this too many times. I don't know which one's which anymore. You're right, Tavlessa. There is a god of forgetfulness and lost. Their name is not usually spoken, though, in fear that you will be forgotten if you do. That one is Zactus. Hope you understand, I am not a superstitious type, and I find the not mentioning name a superstition.
Is that their mark?
He'll look at the rest of everyone else. I may know the voice of the gods, or the voice of the deities personally, but I am not a religious type. I only know their names and their titles. Anyone know if that's their mark?
Mazboot might be old enough to know.
No, but if they're a forbidden god, Teffy wouldn't know it.
15 on religion.
On religion? I would say that's probably good enough. Actually, with you would have been alive during the resurgence of deities, so yes, that would be enough. Zactus is one of the illegal deities, and his symbol is a question mark, but it's a peculiar one. It's like an S, backwards S, with a dot at the bottom of it. And what Big Tin was seeing was that.
So I do recall that symbol is the symbol of this forgetful god, if I do recall, from a century ago. So that answers that question. Does that mean anything to us? Or change our plan?
No, just acting. He picked a really good spot. Probably that effect in that god was there before Agony took residence.
Okay.
Question, Cinder.
Mm-hmm.
Cinder, or
yeah,
Philemon.
Yeah.
The primordials are outside the cycle. Are they divine? Or do they start over when the cycle starts over?
Well, the divine start over. Except for the knowing. Somehow he always stays.
Okay. Just curiosity.
And they reset.
How long does it take for a new god to emerge from after the cycle starts?
Roughly about 1,500 years. Sometimes it's longer.
Really, the Dark Ages.
It's usually when they start finding ways of making iron more easily. Moving from copper to iron. Where are we going next? If Agony's awake, then that means many others probably are as well.
To the next island, or what are we
To
shooting
the-
for a specific island?
To the archipelago, or the next part of it.
Julian, didn't you say that you knew someone there? Or maybe your Landria said that she had a family friend there? Something like that?
Ah, that would be the same one. For that, though, we would need to be sailing either around or straight through. We don't know particularly where the island might be. It's been a while since I visited him. The islands move. And they don't
Of
stay
course
in the
they
same
do.
space. Yeah.
Of course they do.
It's more of a investigation and hoping we come across the signature I gave him for us to be able to identify the island. With your saying, however, and the captain's go-ahead, we will be traveling to whichever way you want. We can head it now, sail around, go to a first island.
It's random anyhow. Just sail in.
First one we see, I say.
And I think we just sail in.
Very good. It's a plan.
Very well. Captain, if that's all fine with you, to just sail straight in.
Sounds like a plan.
He nods his head.
As you sail away from Yando, which is very safely broken down, we've had 2 days pass by. 2 whole days. We're going to fast forward another day as you sail to the fog banks, where the mist has a very clear wall almost, where it's clear open water and then cloud, mist straight in front of you. At this point, BT, Landria's probably stationed. You notice that she has a habit of coming up and sketching various things from time to time. From her overview site, she did sketch a perfect map of the top-down view of what Yando looks like over the past course of the day. Getting up to the front face of this, everyone is informed you're about to be engulfed by whatever this stuff is. Anything from anyone for the course of the day? We are moving forward 24 hours, so does anyone have anything for that?
Is there any
So
good
what-
food and drink on board?
What's the date now?
2 days from the last date. What was the last date?
I know, that was a page ago.
That was the
Well,
green
that was
number.
2 pages ago for me.
710.
3, 5, 10, 5, 6, 6, 6 was the last date. 2 more days from there.
5, 6, 6, 6. That's one extra 6.
Yeah.
It's just
Okay,
far.
so-
I'm old.
So it's 3, 7,
3,
10,
7, 10.
5, 6, 6. Okay.
There we go. I don't even know where I've got the date written down anymore.
I am going to start working on some new subroutines for memory.
For memory. So that I will never be able to give you, as a player who wants to be immunity to it. There will always be chances of you being affected by it, especially if it's divine and primordial. There is no immunity to those.
Yeah. I want better detection, though.
Detection? Yeah.
I'm going to guess with my cryptex.
Ooh, alright. What's your guess? Where is it?
This is not going to be correct, but is it volume?
Well, let's find out. There's the V. Does that even fit? How many letters are in the... It does fit!
I can count sometimes,
Wow.
just not all the time.
Alright. Well, here's volume, almost. I just have to get the last E in place. Right, everything's in place. Volume. It doesn't. Unfortunately, that one doesn't work.
Anyone else have a guess they'd
Captain
like?
get a guess?
Yeah, sure.
How about defeat?
How about defeat?
I don't think defeat has skin or pages.
Pages of
No
defeat?
monarch alive
Like
has
in
so
history
many
books.
It doesn't have skin.
Defeat.
Well, the people who, I don't know.
Well, no, in a moment.
Alright, defeat's in place. That's a no.
Shoot.
Getting to the archipelago, though, I'm going to single out Altian for a second here. Da, da, da. Where would I find you? Where are you? Oh, we can't hear you.
I am probably tinkering away at stuff and also trying to come up with a plan to get into that room.
There's a slight knock on your door as Cinder shows up. Hey. You got a moment?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, I hate this stuff. I don't want to be useless. There is a way I can help you all. I have the chance and the availability to. I can bond with someone. My immediate thought is it would be you. You make the most sense because you're, well, honestly, I get the most strength from you out of this entire party. You're angry the most.
It definitely wouldn't be Snozbo.
No, he's way too peaceful. There's a reason I hate that guy. Even though he's technically my friend now, I guess. If I Lehman bonded to him. I could bond Teffy as well. There's plenty of it underneath those skin. I don't know, I just thought I'd make sure you all knew the option was there.
I'll ask Teffy. I need to go speak with her anyway. I have an idea about that riddle. I'll see what she says.
As a heads up as well. Something's up with BT. I can't bond with him. I don't think any of us can.
There's a lot about BT that we don't know. Speaking of which,
I'm gonna pull out that little the impression I made of the input, and I'm gonna show it to him. And I'm gonna ask.
any ideas? It's an input into BT.
I think you're talking to the wrong person. I'm a chemical guy. I play with chemicals, not this stuff. Piggle might. That's true. Piggle might have a good idea. His brother as well. They are always at each other's throats, but they're both brilliant arc technicians.
Another reason to speak with them. I'll find you when I have an answer.
Do.
All right, I'm gonna go find Teffy, and when I find her, I'm just gonna walk in. I'm gonna knock on her room and then walk in and just like lean in and say this.
Put in a book. I know it's very simple, but just try it.
Is there a
5.
Is there a space for a space on this thing? Or like a dash or something?
No dashes, no nothing.
No
Elton,
dashes.
do you know how to count? Because it needs 6.
Most fuses don't go above 5.
I heard 5. I thought it was a 5-letter thing. That's why I said a book.
That won't fit. I mean, I can give it a whirl. Clicky clacky noises, as evidenced by our lovely DM. That doesn't work.
Yeah.
That's where you got volume from. Gotcha.
All right. Well, either way, I explain the situation with Cinder and blah blah blah, and ask if she wants it.
I mean, it would be a lovely thing to have, to have that extra protection and what have you. But if he says that he gains the most strength from you anyways, because you're cranky, I mean, do what's most logical for the benefit of everyone.
Okay. I will go express that to Cinder.
Anyone gonna tell BT?
I mean, we can. Where is BT and where is Teffy? Well, I'm Teffy. I can choose. I'm in my cabin, so there's no BT here. But I assume we all eat together, or BT sits there while the rest of us eat.
Doubt it. I mean, sure the mess hall's below decks.
We're
but-
gonna eat together like a goddamn family.
Teffy's gonna picnic on the deck with BT.
Cinder will look at you, Ultian, and just blink a few times. Like, it's 6 to 1, half a dozen the other for me. I mean, it just benefits who could benefit from my stuff. I honestly think it would be you the most, but...
Okay, then do it.
Alright. Yeah, you gotta accept me.
Accepted.
Great. He smacks your head that like engulfs your mask, and there is a bright flash in his eyes as flame bursts from them for a moment. Your face feels like it's about to melt off as heat emanates from his hand, pulsing into you. Your entire body seems to catch on fire. Smoke even starts rising from you in spots. Then it dies down. The entire time, even though you feel all this heat, you do not feel any pain from it. It calms and simmers. And you see in front of you is Cinder, but looking a little different. He's missing all of those fine formed features where the flames are smooth like a normal face. Now it's much more jagged. Everything about his features are much more angry from your looks. He looks more primordial. Much more like the element of fire. Less like a humanoid now. And you now have resistance to fire damage.
Oh, yes.
You also no longer need to find a light for your dynamite sticks, because you can just light them with a click of your finger.
Alright, I'm finding Teffy once again, because now I'm angry at this key. Now I and Altan are both angry at this key. I'm thinking Cinder, blah, 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 doing all that good stuff. Gone back over, finding Teffy. I'm producing my bare hand to you and saying,
it was on the whole
what's that
time.
key thing?
You're crunchy, dude.
It was on the whole time?
It was on the whole time,
It
yeah.
said it was off. It said it was off, and now it's...
It lied to you.
It's-
You're crunchy.
No,
It's not smooth.
All right.
It's okay. It happens.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I say bye, blah blah blah. Go find, and then I'm going to outstretched hand ask for the key
Teffy hands him the cryptex.
in quick fashion. I am just gonna start putting in.
And my answer
words.
is no.
No, I'm gonna give you specific ones.
Okay.
Scroll.
Like, I'm not letting you all roll for it. No, scroll does not work.
Script.
Put script in also doesn't work.
Record.
Going through the process, just sifting through record doesn't work either.
Report.
Report doesn't work.
Source.
Fails.
Just look up every 6
Well, that's
I'm going
happening.
Spanish with it. Biblio.
Try insect.
Snotsoop's going to. I assume he saw the bonding interaction. He's going to go up to Cinder and say, "Well, that was very friendly of you." He's going to give him a tap on his, I guess, elbow, probably. Very friendly of you, Cinder. Very friendly of you. I knew you had it in you.
I don't know why he bonded you, but he did.
Manual.
For friendship and adventure.
And adventure. He just looks over and... If there's only one he could have bonded, actually, or the best one, you actually might keep him alive.
You see, you're welcome.
Insect and manual both fail.
Rats. No, that's not a guess, though.
Well.
Oh.
Tablet.
Fails. And as you're dialing in separate words, taking guesses at these 6-letter words that might fit this riddle, the fog envelops around the ship. And a strange
Blind sense. I keep going.
hugging
I'm
feel
kidding.
about the smoke seems to rush around you all. Almost as though as soon as you enter in, the initial contact to it is like people are grabbing hold of you, touching every surface, enveloping you and welcoming you in a giant hug.
Like a friendship hug?
Give me an insight check.
Since I have the time, seemingly, can I inspire myself before doing so?
Yes. Do it.
Do you believe in friendship? To myself. Good thing. 18.
18. It might be interpreted in some ways as a friendship hug. It's more easily and better interpreted as a hug of, I will never let you leave.
A bad relationship situation. Well, in that case, Snozzoop's gonna go, upon feeling this not friendly hug, knock on Teffy's door.
Nice.
Hey, Teffy. You want to hang out?
All right. Yeah. In here, or do you want to go somewhere else?
Either way, the fog is filled with unfriendliness, so I figured I'd go hang out with my friend Teffy.
All right. Mary, does the fog get inside somehow?
It does. It seems to creep and flow through even the walls.
Okay. Let me just examine something really quickly here.
Hey, Philemon, you want to come hang out too?
When you turn to look at him, he is hugging himself, floating in the air, just bobbing up and down, looking around.
Snozzoop will do one of these.
Right.
He's gonna sort of softly pick him up and bring him into the friendship room.
As soon as your hand reaches at the bottom, he rests into your palm and falls through easily, gets welcomed in, and he looks panicked. His ears are drawn back. He looks genuinely quite terrified right now.
I don't like this place.
It's not great, I admit that. Hey, keep your mind off it. I've got a riddle for you. Maybe you know the answer. Think about this. I've no flesh and no bones, yet I'm covered in skin. In form, do I differ? I'm thick and I'm thin and often die soon, though I sometimes live ages, and no monarch lives alive has so many pages. What do you think, Philemon?
Sorry, guys.
A book?
That's a good guess. Has to be 6 letters, though.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Knowledge? No, it's more than 6 letters. Knowing? Without the K.
That's good out-of-the-box thinking. Keep it up, Philemon. We'll crack this in no time.
Oh.
Saturn?
I would
No.
guess.
You're gonna have to come to the friendship room to
I
guess.
can't come into the friendship room.
Does the friendship room
The friendship room, let's make it right next to where a hatch is to go under the deck, so Big Tin can stick your head in if you'd like.
Didn't someone have a spell that could make someone like something smaller?
Yes, and Big Tin refused it.
Yeah, but we could offer it again to get out of the gross, icky
You'd
frog.
have to find Yolandria who can do it.
Hey, I'm gonna go find Yolandria. I'm gonna excuse myself politely from the friendship room to see if we can find Yolandria to bring Big Tin in out of the cold. If you're cold, they're cold. Bring them
Altian
inside, shrink them.
is in the corner, and this is a mystery that has to be solved, and my brain is not going to let it go.
All right.
So I'm literally just going
Obviously,
through.
All right.
The friendship room travels with the friends.
The friendship room grows.
Snozzoop and Philemon comes with.
As even the sailors are beginning to gather around for this great mystery. A lot is being taken. They are even needing comfort levels to it. This entire feeling of this mist, they don't even like. So they're helping out as best they can as well. What is your guess, Big Tin?
Orbeez.
Orbeez? Like the water
Stories.
beads?
Stories.
Oh!
Stories does not work.
Okay.
I'd like everyone to give me religion checks, though. Religion or knowledge checks? History. History. That would be what knowledge check is. History.
A straight roll for me. Or do I get an extra roll or not?
I'll give you advantage. Schnorsbook 2, because you're ancient.
Because I'm proficient in both. Well, am I? No, I just have a +4 in both, which is my proficiency, which is confusing.
Excellent advantage.
Can I have advantage?
22.
No.
22.
22. Okay.
16.
16.
10.
10. What Bereth get?
Bereth got a 1.
Bereth is confused as much
Not
as
doing
most
too well
sailors.
today.
Yeah, that's okay.
More of an English guy than a history class guy.
With 3 successes and 2 failures, though, you're still going to succeed at a little bit of a hint. It's a word to do with religion, and it's not English.
Can you tell me what language it is?
Not yet.
When you say not English, is that not English in the sense of it's not British, or is it not English like it's not this language?
It's not English as in it's not this language.
Perfect. Does it still use the same alphabet as the English language?
Yes.
Perhaps with some accent marks?
It still
Wonderful.
uses the same language. I don't believe there are any accent marks in this one.
Interesting.
Well, my hands are on it, so I'm starting with Thieves' Cant as the language, and I'm just going through the Rolodex.
Going through. You know what? Give me a sleight of hand check, Ultian.
Oh, I shall. You think I won't, but I will.
I thought
All
you
right,
would.
cocked stuff. Sleight of hand. That's gonna be 17.
17. Sliding along, feeling it, there is a particular character that keeps catching on the first ring. You situate it. It's a G.
All right, standing up in the room, I'm gonna go.
Hey. Everyone, be as quiet as you can.
And I'm sticking this thing up to my ear, and I am now no longer going for actual words. I'm going
for listening.
like I'm picking a lock.
Everyone starts holding their breath as they also start listening carefully. Ultian, you're trying to brute force this through hearing. Now, just as a heads up, the difficulty DC does increase with each ring. First one was very low. So
Is it
as
a real
Ultian's-
language?
It is a real language.
Like a French, German type?
It's a real
Actually
language.
I thought you
French,
meant
German,
D&D
real.
language.
No. But your idea did have another way of solving this problem. So give me another sleight of hand check. Yeah, it is not one of my fictional languages. This is one that you all would be able to deduce with enough time.
Even better this time around. Let's go with a 23.
23 is
Boom,
enough to get the
shakalaka.
second letter in. An N.
All right, let me write this down. Right. How many letters again? 6?
6.
G.
Has to do with religion.
Has to do with religion.
One more time. Click, 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 click. Oh, not as good this time around. 12.
12. You are not able to deduce the next one. 3 is going to remain blank. You can try 4.
I will try 4. Much worse. Actually, not much worse, but pretty close. 7.
7 also doesn't work. Let's try 5 and 6 though.
Yeah, I'm just gonna roll 2 d20s. Give you them one at a time.
Sounds good.
Okay, this is for 5. That's 19.
5, 19. 5 is an I.
And then 6
I have a guess.
is 16.
6 is 16. 6 is not high enough. What's your guess?
Gnosis?
How do you spell that?
Gnosis.
The captain, after sitting there for a while, comes up and asks for it. Twists out Gnosis and pulls it open.
Oh.
And that is where we're going to finish. That's where we're going to finish for the night.
I've never heard that word ever.
Mystery solved.
It's Latin. Latin for knowledge pertaining towards religious things. Primarily
It's also
those
an
of
English
deities.
word. It's also
It is.
an
That's
English
where the
word.
word-
It
and
is,
it's
but
very...
it's rooted primarily in Latin, and that is
That's
where
where the
most
word
people would know from.
agnostic comes from.
It is where that word comes from, yeah. Most people, everyone I know who knows of that word knows of it from the Latin roots, not from the English roots. So that is a good hint as well from it. Don't let one single hint take you off stray as well. It's not the best hint I could have given, but it was a good hint. Gnome.
Gnomes or
What?
something, but when you had that I was like, oh snap.
There it is. Well done.
Captain coming in big.
Captain coming in big. Valid, excellent guess. We will visit what that looks like next week as we leave the hand entering in the archipelago, and you can all hear, it's towards the end of the day, Yolandria is playing her instrument for the entire ship as this thing is opened. For now, we are going... who are we going to raid? Who
are we going to
pass
raid?
this love on to? You know what? We haven't gone to Phoenix and Walkie in a while, and I see they're on. They've only been going for an hour and 10. Excellent. How do I raid again? Oh man, it's not even been a week. It's only been 5 days since I've last done this. Well, thank you everyone very much. What a wonderful session. Yay for not destroying a city and saving it for later. Sad discoveries on it, but hey, what can you do? For the rest of you, though, thank you very much for being here. We love you very much. We'll see you next week. We'll see you next Sunday.
Yes. Bye, guys. See you in a week.
Stick around.
May have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. Peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles